Hello and welcome back. We are in our third super weekend and of course on the second day of that. So far, Span, we've been seeing quite a bit of action happening, but of course, we're expecting so much more action to be today. As we were talking just before the broadcast, these teams are no longer playing for let's say positioning. They are now playing to qualify themselves for those finals that we'll be seeing next weekend.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a few teams that are on that edge that they need to go on ahead and work really hard in the rest of these games to make it above that 16th place threshold to qualify through it. As we know, I mean, I already just said it, top 16 teams make it through. There's still about 3 teams that might not make it, and they still have 10 games to go, 5 of which are today. And let's take a look at the overall standings as of right now. See, GUNZ...
Well, I can tell you...
You can go.
No. What I have to say is, I can tell you, it's looking pretty tough as we look, You're talking about the players there from GUNZ. I mean, they've been just bringing in an absolutely stellar performance, holding on to that pole position with their 7 chicken dinners. But this is essentially the page that we want to be looking at today. Seeing how the teams are going to be performing. I mean, Arab GSG just inside that top 16, just holding on to that. But of course, as we look onto the second page, we're looking towards the players there from Snipers. They are, quite a few points still away from the players there from Arab GSG, and in fact, being 15 points away from them means that they're gonna have to have an exceptional day today with how they approach these matches.
They really do. As today's 5 games, I mean, every single game counts. We know how many points the teams are able to go on ahead and achieve every super weekend. And even yesterday, I mean, top team GUNZ, they're able to pick up 65 points. So all those teams towards the bottom, they want to go on ahead and have a huge day just like that, so they can go ahead and launch themselves further up that leaderboard, so then they don't have to worry as much for the last 5 games tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing some really strong performances, especially in yesterday's games. I mean, we had GUNZ for the day, bringing in the most points, but then of course we've got NASR, Falcons, and RTG right there, hard on their heels. So expecting to see a few changes upcoming in today. But if we look to the lower part of that, HOTLINE, Snipers, and Galaxy Racers, they weren't having the best day yesterday. So hopefully today we see a bit of an improvement coming in from them. As we know, the players from the Snipers, they need to bring in that. But of course, we've got a bit of a breakdown just looking at how the teams have been performing in yesterday's games. And already, as you can see, the players here from GUNZ, they've been bringing in an absolutely exceptional performance so far. Erangel definitely being their strong suit across the board, and of course, well, with regards to damage, Miramar being the map on which they were able to find the most kills, just barely more than Erangel and Sanhok, only 0.79. So that is so close. So again, for them, a nice consistency across the board, but we've seen that consistency coming in from GUN in all the days leading up to this super weekend. I mean, the league play days, they've been absolutely phenomenal. In the super weekend as well, they've been bringing it in weekend after weekend. So far, I have to say, I'm really satisfied with just how the players from GUNZ have been performing.
I don't disagree, and actually they currently are the team with, well, obviously they're in first place as of right now overall, but then also they have the highest average points. As of right now, they get 9.1 average points, but you talked about consistency. They really are consistent when it comes to both kill points and placement points. They come in around 4 average kill points and 5 average placement points, so that team being able to balance both, that obviously is the recipe for success that we already know about, but that's the team that's actually going on ahead utilizing that the most. And let's take a look at another team as well. Yes, sorry.
No. I was going to talk about the players here from RICO Infinity. We've seen, again, also, some strong plays from them. On yesterday's games, well, they finished round about 5th overall for the day in particular. But now this is just a bit of a comparison to see, what we could be expecting from them as they move through the games here today. So definitely hoping to see that strong performance coming in from RICO Infinity, because they are currently sitting in 2nd place overall, so they are trailing by 109 points behind the players from GUNZ. So I don't think we're going to be seeing much of a change come in from 2nd place moving from first place changing up with, you know, RICO Infinity maybe coming into that. But I mean, just looking at how they've been going through the matches, just some of the highlights that brought them in, showing us why they are now sitting up in second place. Some absolutely phenomenal shooting coming in from RICO Infinity.
And RICO Infinity team, honestly, they went and had jumped up to that second place position, and they have the second amount of average placement point, and actually just chicken dinners in total. I mean, GUNZ, they're the one with the most with 7 chickens for Super Weekends, and then RICO Infinity team are in second with 4. And their average placement points is actually 6.6. So that's currently the difference between GUNZ, our first place team, and RICO Infinity, currently the second overall. GUNZ has 9.1 average points, RICO Infinity has 6.6. So that's the difference between those two teams. But both of them, I mean, GUNZ, they're just playing this so well just by looking at those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, they've been able to establish that dominance. I mean, they've already also gained 7 chicken dinners. So that says quite a bit about the capability of a team. I mean, if we look to RICO Infinity, they are sitting on 4. And then also, you know, we've got a nice spread of chicken dinners down the board as well. But definitely looking to see how the teams are going to be performing. RTG, though, they're sitting currently in 3rd place. They haven't yet found any chicken dinners. So I mean, that just speaks of how consistently they are able to perform as well. So, I mean, maybe potentially today, it could be the day where we see them actually pick up one of those chickens.
I mean, I hope so, because their stat that gets them the most points is their placement. Their average kill points are actually lower. So that means that they are, in fact, as you said, being consistent, getting up there on that leaderboard for placement, but they just haven't quite gotten that chicken dinner. They haven't quite held it out to actually get the chicken for the win of the game. So I agree with you. Since that is their main stat, I'd be interested to see if they're going to be able to grab one today.
But I mean, that is just, so the only sad part about not having a chicken dinner is they haven't, you know, been able to, you know, get those nicer rewards that come along with that. But of course, speaking about chicken dinner still, the players from NASR, they've been able to bring in 3 chicken dinners throughout the Super Weekends. And of course, here we have their stats as well. Just a bit of an expectation what we could be seeing in today's games. Of course, they're going to be fighting it out over the 3 maps, that of course being Erangel, Miramar and Sanhok. So definitely looking to see whether or not we'll have that performance come in from the players of the NASR team once again.
Well, DK, you look a bit different. Just kidding. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, same with NASR. They've actually been very consistent as well. As of right now, we know that they're in that second place slot overall. From yesterday, just from day 1, they're in second overall in terms of points. So it looks like they're kind of on that up. Let's see if they're going to be able to continue that upwards trajectory, hold on to that place, at least for this Super Weekend. I mean, that's going to launch them up the board even more. But their average placement points, kill points, average total points as well, it's really close. They have 6.3 average overall points. So that's a bunch more, honestly, than Falcons, RTG, all the other ones that we went ahead and took a look at. So NASR, they came in super strong Super Weekend 1. They didn't get to play 2, so I'm expecting them to come back. Oh, no, that's for Falcons, excuse me. But let's go ahead and take a look at some other match stats, though, for a different team. Confusing my teams already. We can see Real Tiger 9, their map stats here.
Yeah, and again, I mean, for Real Tiger 9, you can see, of course, Erangel being the map on which they've been able to find the most damage, but Miramar, they've been able to find the most kills, sitting on an average there of about 1.5. So for Real Tiger 9, those numbers are looking pretty tough. I mean, if we look at what they were able to do in yesterday's games, you know, they've brought in 45 points just in yesterday's performances. So, I mean, again, looking to see how they'll be able to bring that in today's games. And just a bit of a reminder of what we saw. There's some absolutely phenomenal grenade work coming into play. Of course, those guns just whipping themselves out, just finding those angles, finding those shots. And Ramp, we've seen Ramp, of course, on last week's Super Weekend, bringing in an absolutely phenomenal performance. And again, looking to see how they will be able to continue with that momentum from the performance we've seen from them. But, I mean, so far this Super Weekend, not in the strongest position, but also, you know, it's definitely a point that they could just improve on. And they definitely do have the capability to do that.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. Right now, they get a lot more kills than placement, but which is actually the complete opposite for them in their league play days. So it looks like it's a little bit of a difference back and forth between their league play and super weekends. And I want to see them, if they are able to go ahead and stay alive longer inside the game. That's obviously going to increase their kill points as well. So it looks like they just need to kind of figure out their formula to continue to play the game, to get that placement, to live longer, so that they could fight more. It's just, I think that's what they need to figure out as of right now.
Yeah, but of course, you know, we are hoping to see all the teams kind of figure out their formula, you know, find that rhythm, find that flow. And I mean, yeah, I'm still looking to the snipers, you know, looking to see what they're going to be doing. But also, I mean, Galaxy Racer, they also haven't been playing the strongest game so far in the Super Weekend. You know, so definitely going to be looking towards that. And one of the things that the teams, of course, also get rewarded for is the chicken dinners that we've already mentioned. You know, as you can see, the players there from GUNZ, they are just leading the pack, already sitting on 7 chicken dinners. So that means $7,000. RICO Infinity sitting already on 4, so that is 4,000. Then we got NASR and Raad on 3 chickens apiece. We got the Falcons, Galaxy Racer, and SUDOR sitting on 2 chickens apiece. And then, of course, the players there from Alpha Legends with 1 chicken dinner. So a nice bit of a prize there. I wouldn't say it's a reward, you know. It's for claiming those chicken dinners throughout the game. But I'm still looking to see, though, how the players from Galaxy Racer are going to be performing as well today. We did see them now on that chicken dinner money graphic, but we haven't seen that performance come through just yet. I mean, they placed right at the bottom in you know, with regards to yesterday's matches.
Yesterday they weren't doing so hot. 16th place overall, still holding on to a good position as of right now that we'll take a look at in a bit. I mean, in 13th place, but as we know, they need to continue to do well because 13 is only 3 places away from 16th place. So right now, their average points just from yesterday is 2.6. And obviously, we know that that is not enough. They need to actually go and increase their placement points because as of right now, where their most points are coming from are those kills. And I already went on ahead. We talked about the formula a little bit. You got to stay longer, get those placement points. Then you'll be able to continue to stay alive, get in even more fights, and increase your kill points as well. Really, it's just, it's good if you can go on ahead and get a lot of kill points even if you don't get too much placement, right? That means it shows that you can get kills, you can win fights, but really you need to look at the longevity of yourself inside of the game. You need to stay alive to grab those placement points because this isn't a game where you can really depend on one or the other to be a top consistent placing team.
Well, I gotta say though, I'm definitely hoping that in today's games, I mean, if I'm comparing what we had last week, Super Weekend, on day 2, compared to what we've got today, I'm definitely expecting that step up coming in from Galaxy Racer, that step up coming in from the players there of YaLLa, because as we know, SUDOR, they're not playing in this Super Weekend, so we can't really say that we're expecting them to bring that performance, but definitely, you know, we're going to be looking towards Galaxy Racer, YaLLa, and even Fate, because last week's Super Weekend day 2, they finished off fairly strong. So definitely there is that potential for them to pick up that momentum once again, to push up. But also RICO Infinity, they've just been bringing their A game, so they could also be in the running to be one of those teams to just really bring up that gameplay and just strengthen their overall position. Because I mean, RICO Infinity sitting on 299 points, they're 2nd place. There's not much further to go than that. RTG, of course, just 10 points below them. But definitely looking to see how the teams also then on that lower end of the leaderboard are going to be performing. That, of course, being the Snipers, Arab, GSG, Fate, and Raad.
I'm interested to see what they're going to be able to pick up out of this, you know, and even some of those teams towards the lower side, they're still pretty close to each other in terms of being able to jump. Like, potentially just even one game away from having a really good game that'll make them launch up above the person above them. And at this point, where those points are so vital, obviously, the big game like that, it doesn't launch you super far up. It's not like it's the first week where any amount of points is going to launch you super far up. It's kind of minimal movement at this point. But still, every single game really does, in fact, matter. And those teams at the bottom, they still have a chance to go ahead and jump each other, and they have to worry about the few teams below them. They still have a chance to have one of those teams right now outside of that qualifying zone to take it from them. So they need to go on ahead and continue to stay towards that bottom side so that they're not one of those 3 teams that are going to get out of the finals.
Yeah, because I mean, there's not a lot separating the teams at the lower end of that overall leaderboard. Definitely not a lot of points difference between them. So, I mean, they can't really afford today to bring in any low amount of points. They need to apply their strategic play. They need to bring everything they've got to secure themselves into those later phases. We know from placement points alone that is a good way to make it up there, but of course they'd also, you know, benefit from adding a few kills alongside that. So it's going to be a difficult one. I mean, they got to make the decision whether or not they're going to try and play a little bit aggressive to pick up the kills, or are they going to play the more strategic approach to try and find them in those later phases. So yeah, quite a bit of work in for the teams that we have at the lower end of that leaderboard. But I mean, this is one of the final few chances for the players there from SCYTES to secure themselves a position in those finals. And of course, it's going to be pretty tough for the players there from Arab GSG. Knowing that SCYTES is just below them, they have that opportunity to make up the points and potentially move them down into relegation. So it's going to be quite a bit of a battle here today.
Yeah, at this point, GSG, they might do better trying to gain a ton of points, while the teams above them at this point, they just have to maintain points. You know what I mean? Like, they can go on ahead. They don't have to do absolutely amazing. I mean, obviously, if they have the opportunity to, they're going to try to in games, but their goal right now is just to maintain their position. But people towards that lower side, 15th, 16th place, they want to continue to go on ahead and gain, because at this point, as we said, like, this is only the second day. There's still a day tomorrow, so it's around here where they want to go on ahead, pad themselves so that tomorrow they can go on ahead and relax a little bit and do the maintaining. So today it's still kind of like the push day to try and jump up a few places so that tomorrow they don't have to worry like, oh, we're in 16th place, they're slowly gaining on us, we gotta go and get a ton of points. So I'm interested to see if Fate, GSG, anybody down there is in fact going to jump up, who is going to be that team directly above Snipers from then on, or if Snipers, if they're the ones that are pushing, if they're going to be able to jump one.
Yep. Well, yeah, definitely going to be looking forward to seeing exactly how the teams handle themselves. And of course, we're going to be jumping over in towards Erangel as our first match of the day, back on to the home turf, and of course circling right back in towards Erangel when we get to our final match of the day. So I'm excited to see what the next 5 matches are going to be bringing, starting off on Erangel, heading over into Miramar, breaking it up with a little bit of Sanhok, then of course right back up in towards Miramar and Erangel once again. So I'm hoping to see the teams really start playing to their strengths as they progress through today's games. But I know we've been talking about the players from SCYTES, we've been talking about Arab GSG, we've been talking about Fate, you know, saying that we want to see, you know, plays from them. But if we look at the middle section of the pack, the teams sitting in between, let's say for instance 7th to about 11th, maybe 12th place, right? There it is also fairly close between the teams. All right, so any changes that we see coming in on that front is going to be more along the lines of a bit of bragging rights. But one team that stands out for me on that is the players from SCYTES. They've been able to secure a 9th place, but they don't have the craziest amount of in comparison to the teams around them sitting on over 100 kills already. So definitely they've got that nice consistency when it comes to their placement, where they find themselves in those later phases. And if they are able now to bring in a few more kills alongside that placement, that could be really something to them. But I also understand the teams are, you know, like we were talking about, they're trying to kind of get a feel for how to best play the finals. So we're really seeing some interesting things coming in from the teams through these super weekends.
You're actually right about SCYTES. They're actually technically in if we're only going off kills, they're technically in 14th place in terms of kills. But right now they are in 9th. It is in fact their placement that's going on ahead and dragging them up a bunch. In terms of that placement though, they're only in 8th overall from all the teams. So it does seem like their placement is in fact the one that's dragging them up there into 9th place, but they really got to go ahead focus on getting a bit more kills if they're hoping to go up any further at this point. I mean, they're only 1 point off from the team in 8th place, so let's see if they're going to be able to switch that up. That's making me interested in looking at their averages as well. I mean, their average kills is 2 and their average placement is 2.8, so there's in fact almost an entire point difference for their placement versus kills. So that's right. That's interesting to go ahead and look at.
And then, of course, looking at it as well, there's 4 teams, just 4 teams, that haven't yet been able to secure a chicken dinner. So we've spoken about RTG sitting in 3rd place overall, bringing in an absolutely phenomenal performance. iKURD sitting in 8th place, also no chicken dinner just yet. Then, of course, we've got the players from Fate currently in 15th, as well as the players then from the Snipers. So those are the only teams that are yet to get a chicken dinner. So that, again, just speaks of the difficulty, the level of these teams that we've got in here. I mean, having a chicken dinner pretty much across the board on almost every single team, that is just absolutely phenomenal. But, of course, the players from GUNZ, they've been just going at it in absolute beast mode, bringing in 7 chicken dinners. So definitely going to be keeping an eye to see who's going to be the teams to bring in those chickens today, claiming that prize for the chicken dinner. And of course, well, we also want to see whether or not we're going to have any disruptions, any changes, any major jumps coming in on that overall leaderboard.
I want them, to be honest. If I'm going to be completely honest, I want those disruptions. I don't know, I'm kind of always like that chaotic person, the chaotic caster that wants to see that underdog story. I mean, who doesn't love a good underdog story, honestly, though? So I'm interested to see if Snipers, AirGSG, Fate, Rod, Galaxy Racer are going to go ahead and show us something absolutely insane. Maybe a whole team wipe or something on that 1st place team as of right now. GUNZ grabbing a chicken, something crazy like that. Because, I mean, we already talked about this so many times. These teams are obviously capable of doing it. They're obviously capable of getting a chicken, getting kills, getting good placement. It's just at this point, Super Weekend, this is really where we kind of talked about the difference from League play versus Super Weekend. League play, you know, you just want to get top 16. But Super Weekend, that's where you want to gain points because you want to get the chicken, first of all, for the prize. And you want to get higher up on the leaderboard because that's what helps you for finals. So it's a little bit of 2 different mentalities. And so this is the point where it matters. And if they're able to show us in that league play, they should be able to show us here in the Super Weekend as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and of course, you know, speaking about league play, speaking about Super Weekends, we've seen some teams being pretty consistent with regards to league play up in towards Super Weekends. But then we've seen other teams that have not been playing super aggressively in league play, but when they come into the Super Weekend, they just kind of break down the door, break the mold, and just bring in that A-class performance. So I'm hoping to see more of that coming in. We know the teams have the ability to do this. We know they've got the capability to do that. So we're just waiting to see who is going to be the one to step up, break the mold, bring up that next level gameplay and just surprise all of us, because now we know what is at stake. Now they are going to try and secure themselves for the finals, and I am so excited when we get to that point just to see how the teams are going to handle themselves. They've learned so much over the past 3 weeks, going through the league play, going through Super Weekend, figuring out what works, figuring out what doesn't work, and how best to counter their opponents. So, I mean, we've got 10 more matches of that remaining in this Super Weekend, so quite a few lessons still to go and a few improvements and tweaks to come in alongside that. But Span, I can tell you, once we get there, it is going to be absolutely insane to just see the overall growth. But I mean, it all starts here. It all starts on the Super Weekends, trying to get up into those positions. These 5 matches are where everything is kind of grown, where they get themselves accustomed to those rotations of the opponents, how to best counter that. Even if we just look at the difference from what we saw in the first Super Weekend coming in to this 3rd one, there's been so much changing between these teams.
There really has. And I mean, again, I kind of started touching on it earlier, but Falcons themselves, Super Weekend 1, they were in 1st place. The 2nd one, unfortunately, they didn't qualify, so they ended up jumping all the way down to their placement as of right now that we know is can't see the number. There we go. In 7th place total, they went and had bumped down a few places. So now they're finally back into the Super Weekend. The last one, actually, I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to gain that momentum back. Because a little bit of a fun fact as well, they currently have the highest average points from league days. So they obviously played every single league days. They have the highest average points there. They did have first place at 1 point from the first Super Weekend. At this point, it's probably unattainable to go on ahead and grab that first place again, but we know that obviously the Falcons are a good team. So how much further are they going to be able to jump up, first of all, in this Super Weekend, but also finals? Points reset, you know? In the finals, GUNZ right now, they're holding on to a ton of points, but once they actually get into finals where everything's back on the level playing field, I guess we'll call it, I wonder if they're going to give them a run for their money, literally.
Yeah, I think once we're on a clean slate and the teams have that opportunity to prove themselves, definitely there's going to be some big level players coming from that. The team's really going to make the most of that and try and, you know, flex on their abilities a little bit, because we've seen a really strong performance coming in across the board from all these teams. We know everyone is capable of coming up with a chicken dinner, bringing in a really strong play. But so far, we've seen, you know, a few teams just doing that on a more consistent basis. And of course, speaking about consistent basis, speaking about teams bringing in the dominating play, we are going to be heading over in towards Erangel for our first match of the day to see which team will be the one to dominate the first match and of course claim that lovely chicken dinner right here on the ever lovely Erangel map. So yeah, definitely excited to get into this, to see what the teams are going to make their way on through. And as we now get ready to jump down on in, this is Born to Win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. And Span, this is what we're expecting to see. That gamer mode coming in from the players with the flight path all the way over towards that western side.
Yeah, looks like we're deciding to start off a little bit tough. Obviously, as we know, whenever the plane path goes to an extreme direction, that means that a lot of these players potentially can't land what they usually like to, and there's a higher chance of them landing much closer to each other. So will there be any early fighting? We kind of talked about at this point, are people going to play a little bit more strategically, staying alive, making those rotations, or are they going to be a little bit more aggressive? I guess with this plane path, we'll be able to see that very early on, potentially.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential, you know, mishaps that we can have here, or upsets that could come through. And of course, now this first initial placement, depending on where the zone goes, that first initial phase, it's going to be absolutely crucial for these teams to try and secure themselves a good position so they are set up. They've got that anchor point and they can then control that. But I mean, looking at where the zone is now popping off all the way up into the northeastern side, it is going to be absolutely crucial to find a good position. Grab your loot, get your rotations on, and move into zone.
This one's a little bit of a scary one as well, because as we know, I mean, Circle 2 could potentially hard shift up to the north, the south, anywhere. And that river directly in the center of that zone, who is going to choose to come in on the north, who's going to choose to come in on the south kind of decision. Because obviously those teams, especially, for example, RICO Infinity team dropping up in Zarki, they're probably going to go and prioritize getting in on the northern side. And that's just a question of where exactly is this next zone going to shift. Hopefully, these teams are going to be able to finish off their next rotation. So this one, I have a feeling it might be easy to go on ahead and fill in. But it's really that Circle 2 pop that I'm going to be a little bit concerned about for some teams.
And we've already been seeing these players, you know, bringing that extra bit of gameplay, bringing that, just upping the stakes a little bit on their side, you know, switching those dials up a little bit higher every single time, game after game. So I'm excited to see just how the teams are going to approach this first initial Erangel, how they're going to try and rotate, and where they're going to try and secure themselves, because at the moment it is loot phase. Everyone's going to go around, make sure they are set up for the coming few phases, so not expecting to see anything drastic just yet, but definitely expecting as we move up into that second, third, potentially even the fourth phase, for the teams then to start getting into those engagements, start playing their hands and forcing the hands of their opponents.
I'm interested to see where that's exactly going to go as well, because there's so much opportunity for different terrain inside of this current zone. I mean, obviously, if it goes up to the north, it's going to be very mountainous, very steep when it comes to gameplay. There's going to be advantages in terms of height. Are you on the high ground or the low ground kind of a situation? I mean, towards the center, there's obviously a lot of water and a ton more fields, and further down to the southern side, it's just a lot more hills, a few rocks, a few trees. So there is a huge opportunity for different terrain options in this first circle that we have here on Erangel. And I mean, there's different strategies really to go into each different terrain. So I wonder which one it's going to be and if these teams are going to go ahead and be prepared for that. But as of right now, yeah, we can see here that, I mean, Rod, it looks like Rod and SCYTES are both on the military island. So I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to make their first rotation in as well, coming in on the far southern side.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to watch them go. But of course, you know, the teams that we're going to be keeping that very watchful eye on will be the players sitting, the teams rather, sitting at the lower end of the leaderboard. That, of course, being, you know, Snipers, Arab GSG, Fate, and Ra. Those are the teams we're going to try and focus on, because for them, this is absolutely crucial. You know, these 5 games here today, it's going to be make or break. It's going to help decide whether or not they make it through into the next phase, whether they move up into that finals. But of course, now we see the players here from Real Tiger 9 positioned all the way down over in towards Miramar. So, you know, pretty standard rotations that we see. The drop locations coming in. Nothing really out of the ordinary. The team's really coping with that mix-up that we had. But, I mean, Real Tiger 9, we've seen absolutely insane plays from them in past games. So, hoping, again, for a bit of a continuation on that. Of course, as we move up in towards Just Now, you can see the players here from Alpha making their way on through. Again, getting themselves set up. But the question is, where will the Snipers, Arab GSG, and Fate position themselves? You know, we saw a quick sneak peek there from Ra'ad also coming in. But the teams, for me, at the current moment that are the closest with regards to points, that are in dire need of those points to secure themselves a spot in the final weekend, that is definitely going to be Fate, Snipers, and Arab GSG.
I agree. Those are the teams down there towards the bottom situation. I mean, there are a few teams above and below them, but those are the 3 teams that didn't make it into the super weekend. So definitely just focusing on the ones that currently are inside. And I think the play would potentially be to just focus on getting a good place inside zone, because this is really where you want to stay in towards that later game. And then hopefully once that zone is small enough, you can go ahead and start actually popping off, getting a bunch of those kills and getting more involved. But first you have to make sure that you're going to be able to stay alive inside of the circle. So I'm hoping that they're able to make a nice, potentially early rotation, grab a good spot right away inside this first circle.
That's definitely what you would think to prioritize. But I mean, we've seen things be played out in so many different ways. I mean, every team has kind of their style, their way that they prefer to do things, and you know, most of the times it really works out exceptionally well for them. But of course, this is where we're going to be seeing in this match, the first one. This is where we're going to be seeing exactly how the teams then apply those plans that they've got, those strategies that they've come up with, and whether or not it is going to be beneficial for them. Or maybe if there's a team that they are going up against who maybe just has a little bit of a better plan, a little bit of a better rotation, just a little bit of a better positioning. And that, of course, always is the beauty of watching these leagues, watching, you know, battle royales, is anything can happen. And a lot of times, we've seen it sometimes just come down to luck. They just happen to find themselves in an absolutely beautiful position to find those hits, find those angles, and of course then just bring in those points.
I mean, you're not wrong. That's why it's a battle royale. Really, battle royales, it doesn't entirely focus on gunplay. Obviously, you have to know how to be able to chain fight, team fight in general to really get yourself out of sticky situations. But since it's mostly a battle royale, you really, the main skill is how are we going to go on ahead and get out of this really tough position? How are we going to go on ahead, move forward, get further in the game? It's really that question for a battle royale. So it does come down to teams and those luck. Sometimes circles are really hard, and the teams, sometimes there's really only one option. It's like, okay, well, our only option to get inside this new one is to crash into this compound that's really heavily fortified. Let's go ahead and go for it, because otherwise we have no other chance.
Yep. That's definitely, you know, something that we see. But I mean, what I love so much about PUBG is that it's such a multifaceted game. Like, if you focus only on your gun skill, yes, it could get you a certain distance, right? But there's so many more things that you need to think of. You need to think of those rotations. It is the positional play. It is how you try and outwit your opponents. Do you try and, you know, maybe force their hand and force them to think you're in one spot when in fact you're somewhere else? You know, all those mind games coming in. It is absolutely fascinating to watch how these players go about their business and just at what level they complete all these things.
Exactly. And it looks like here comes the question of where the second zone's going to go. And it actually mostly centers, goes a little bit further down to the southern side. So it does look like everybody who decided to make a more northern rotation really wants to get on that southern side of the river. So some of those teams up there might have a bit of trouble. And we can see that Falcons and GSG are kind of running into each other as they're making a rotation by Cube right now, but GSG are not interested by it almost getting knocked out of his vehicle there, but they're just going to keep on driving for now.
Yep, they've got their eyes set on that zone, and of course you can see them now just making their entry into that zone, coming in from the western side, moving up a little bit further in towards the north, but also the Falcons. A nice little bit of trigger discipline coming in there from them, not full sending, not acting foolishly on their options just yet. And of course, we see the same here also from RTG, NASR. They're just taking up those positional plays. The shots now coming up in towards El Chapo, as we can see Batika finding the shots quickly now, sending in with a bit of aggression. And this is a very calculated maneuver. In fact, the whole squad from NASR now just, you know, pushing up onto the hill here to apply that pressure onto the side here of RTG. But Marshall was just lying in wait. Some really strong strategic plays that we see, but of course now Lazy, bites off the wrong side of that stick, and now Miracle and Hassan left to defend for the side here of NASR. The whole team, of course, up on the hill, but RTG, they have that one-off angle that, of course, being Flame, as the rest of the team now just get absolutely devoured by NASR. But YaLLa could potentially come swooping in on that third party, so things could get pretty hairy for them.
That was actually interesting. NASR, they actually sent one person up the hill. He instantly turned around and went back because I assumed they spotted out RTG Esports. And really, it seemed like he just rallied his team. It was like, there's people up there. We saw them take shots towards them already when they were up on top of the hill. And then they decided to grab their vehicles and make a crash. So it looks like NASR, they just decided to be straight on aggressive. And then you're right. YaLLa Esports they ended up pulling in towards that volcano compound there on that northern side. NASR, I mean, they should be safe up on top of that plateau as of right now. But are they ready for another fight is the question. It looks like Miracle pushing closer. It looks like they definitely are already.
I mean, so we've seen a very good play coming in from YaLLa last Super Weekend. So we're looking to see whether or not they'll be able to pick that up once again and continue with the momentum. Making their way through, just bringing in that gameplay phase after phase. And of course, NASR, they've also been playing fairly well over this Super Weekend so far. As you mentioned, you know, we did see them placing fairly decently in yesterday's games, but now we wait to see whether or not they can improve on that. They have the opportunity now with the players there from YaLLa, already off to a pretty good start for NASR as they pounced onto the players from RTG, leaving them with only one. But this is where things will get interesting as we see Real Tiger 9 also now coming under a bit of pressure. But NASR still just trying to play those angles. YaLLa just off in the distance, holding on to their compound, but a nice split as well. Not the full team in one particular spot.
Yeah, it looks like they're still moving around. It looks like NASR, they're actually going back to their previous compound. Back to J they go, wanting that hard cover for themselves. It looks like they set out on the mission they wanted. They got 3 of the kills that they wanted. Flame instantly sending towards the center of the Yasnaya field, grabbing that wizard tower. He's just going to wait it out and hope he's in this next circle. And look at that. It looks like he is zone pulling over towards that eastern side. Time for the majority of people on this west to grab their vehicles and start filling on in, because Heaven Hell Mansion, it's all open as of right now.
Yeah, and of course, this is that essential rotation where you're going to see where the teams are going to try and find themselves. And again, this is an absolutely crucial match for the players from Snipers if they want to get themselves out of the danger zone. You can see Flame now, of course, just having a nice bit of supportive play on this bridge as they too start to rotate in RICO Infinity making their way on in towards the Yasnaya region here, just rotating on in, trying to secure themselves a decent spot, get that anchor point set up. But of course you can see Alpha just there up ahead of Prestige as well. He's right alongside Jody, quickly backing out of that one as he hears the vehicle. And now here's the vehicle move off into the great yonder distance. But as we progress further onwards, we see Alpha now taking up a really strong angle in the zone. It could be beneficial for them, but of course we also wait to see where exactly the players from Hotline and the real Tiger 9 are going to try and make their play from.
Yeah, this southern side I think is a little bit more difficult. The majority of these teams actually coming from the south side. As we know, the plane was so far over to the west that so many teams on the south, they had to continue to rotate on the south. So the northern side should have been easier to make a rotation on into, but it's the southern side that's probably going to be a little bit more stacked. I mean, Real Tiger 9, they're currently in a dip all the way on the very southern side of this zone. Definitely not an ideal location to be, and that's why we can see them Jigsaw inside of his buggy. They're trying to find something better to play out of.
Yeah, and of course, as we know, position. That is what we've seen game after game be absolutely the crucial section for a team to find themselves in. I mean, a lot of times we've seen teams being able to secure a good angle in the zone. They've just capitalized on that and secured themselves a really good chicken dinner. And of course, now we're looking to see whether or not that will be the case here for snipers. Whether or not they're able to fight from their compound and hold on. But YaLLa and Archie, and rather RICO Infinity, going head to head now, as you can see, of course, powerful, just completely isolated. Oh, the team nowhere nearby. Khalid now steps up, gets an easy pickup on that one, finds the point, and YaLLa now being reduced down to 3. So a good start again here for RICO Infinity, just slowly eating away at the opponents, but of course we want to see that on a more consistent basis, see them build up that momentum and follow through the whole match with that.
That's unfortunate for YaLLa, honestly. I mean, look at them. The rest of them now inside that bull. It looks like they sent one out to try and find a place to play out of. He ended up getting to those yellows first, but the rest of his team weren't able to get there in time to really protect him. So RICO Infinity team, I love their split right now. Majority of them inside those yellows, inside that field. They left one up inside of Yasnaya, inside of that apartment. That means they're going to have a lot of visibility. And that 2-2 split, take a look at that. Yasnaya not inside anymore, so they still have a spot inside the zone. This is where splits are advantageous. And the rest of YaLLa, they just have to chill out and figure out their way inside, because they're now one of the teams furthest away from this zone.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to try and play this one, how they're going to try and rotate on in, as they now have quite a bit of distance to cover to make it up into wood zone. They're 500 meters out. It's not the most craziest of distances to be away from zone, but definitely it could be quite challenging, as we still have all 16 teams in play. We got 58 players just scattered throughout the zone. And of course the Falcons now crashing in true fashion into the side of the building. But of course now, KWT getting knocked in the process, falling out of the vehicle. GUNZ also now deciding whether or not they're going to try and just hold this angle on the edge of the zone, wait for some potential teams to maybe rotate through or venture a little bit further up. As you can see, Amadi now just moving up to the drop, but RICO Infinity strikes straight in towards Bandar. That is the second YaLLa player they've been able to knock out.
It didn't even look like he was really heading towards them. It looks like he was trying to find a place to play inside that field. I mean, there's very, very shallow bulls they could potentially get in there and just lay prone, but RICO Infinity team able to spot him out and take him down beforehand. You can see Prestige there trying to sneak on out to see if he could get anything else out of it, but nobody else is down there. They're still able to hold on to these yellows very strongly. These fields definitely really hard to play, and I'm also interested to see down below them, GUNZ. We saw them grab a little bit of a crate. Will they be able to go ahead and take on RICO Infinity team, or what's going to happen with this next zone? But it looks like there's a siege happening over here inside Yaz.
Absolute bombardment, as you can see. NASR and Falcons now exchanging utils, sending it back and forth. Oh,
that was so
what
nice,
a timing that was by Hassan. I mean, we've seen some absolutely phenomenal utils being thrown by these players, but I mean, some of these ones are just absolute clutch plays, like we saw now from Hassan. Not getting the knock, but that was just on point. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And of course now the iKURD, they are trying to still gain their own entry in towards the zone. it's going to be a bit of a challenge. But I mean, the Falcons, they're not backing down just yet. They want to try and secure themselves those extra additional points to just improve the overall standings, and they're definitely going to give it their all so far. They've been able to hold on to really strong performances in yesterday's game. Will we see a continuation of that come in? But now NASR, turning their attention onto the side of iKURD, getting knock after knock. Rawan and Azar not looking too great, but Helm End and of course Kalaga, the two remaining players now for the players of iKURD, and it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge. Having their numbers reduced that much already in the 4th phase, it's going to be a tough one.
And the 2s that are still alive are the ones not inside this next zone. It looks like they kind of did a 2-2 split, trying to find a place to be able to play, and obviously the one inside is not safe, and that's why the 2 outside zone are the ones that are still alive. I'm interested to see where they're going to go next, though, because blue zone is about to touch them. Right in front of them, we can see that Falcons, I mean, they're just trying to lay down and survive as long as possible, too, and here we go. Last for Falcons. They might just be playing on the side of this hill now to hold out NASR, because as you can see, zone popping once again, pulling hard down to the southern side. What else can Falcons at this point do? They're just going to wait for NASR Esports to run outside of their current compound and take that fight.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's kind of the only play that you can make. But the hits now from RICO Infinity finding their way straight up in towards Falcons. This is a really tough start for them. As you can see, KWT getting taken down last now. One of the last remaining players for his team. Boomba also just on the opposite end as last now. Gets picked up. NASR Nabo goes in for the confirm, finds an easy kill along the way. But this zone is looking particularly tough as it's now shifted a little bit further down south. Quite a few teams all still positioned up in the north. You can see, this is absolutely brutal. We got the players here from iKURD. Kalaga now trying to make the play. He is now the last remaining hopeful. YaLLa pushing up on towards GSG. Absolute chaos ensues. NASR still trying to make their play up in the north here, but iKURD Kalaga not backing out of this one just yet, trying to grab every and any opportunity at his disposal. GSG, though, on the other hand, steps on in towards YaLLa, sends them backing. And now this is where things are going to get super interesting, as everyone now still needs to rotate on in. Falcons get eliminated. We get left with 11 teams. iKURD, Kalaga tries to make the play, runs over one of the GSG players. Ultron, of course, getting knocked out in style. Max now quickly pushing in for that raise. I don't think we're going to be seeing another continuation of that vehicle just yet, as of course everyone is now trying to squeeze back up into zone as the blue zone is closing in. NASR just securing a quick position in the northern side. A good angle if they're able to hold this one could be really beneficial, but of course in the meantime we see Alpha pushing up onto the side here of HOTLINE. A nice back and forth, quite a bit of an exchange coming in between both teams. NASR now coming in with a third party angles off of the side. Raad also fairly close to them, not engaging just yet, but of course now HOTLINE cooking up those nades, trying to send them over to Alpha. Picks up Kaito, beautifully done. Now this is where it is going to be absolutely insane chaos. One of the last remaining hopefuls for the Alpha team, as you can see, HOTLINE still sitting on 2, possibly 3 if they can pull this play off, but Chaos is not going to back down just yet. He is going to try and push on in as Jody quickly gets the res in on Kaito. So now just bringing those numbers back up again. HOTLINE also just quickly trying to tend to their own wounded. The rest has been pulled off. Now they need to get back up into zone as the blue zone is starting to move in. This, of course, being the 4th phase blue zone, it is going to be absolutely brutal from this point on forward, as we see HOTLINE and Alpha now just moving through, trying to clear the compounds, trying to wipe each other out. Kaito and Chaos. It is absolute chaos as Alpha gets eliminated. Well played by HOTLINE, but of course it is far from over. As we jump over towards Galaxy Racer, Ultron has been able to get rest back up. He is now avoiding vehicles like the plague, but now he's going to try and make that play on the edge of zone. As we can see, GSG getting picked up. Rex now also their last remaining hopeful, but NASR now taking those fights with HOTLINE. As you can see those shots flying over. Molto getting knocked out. Ultron sneaking on up. Will he spot Rex right there alongside him? This nade could be an absolutely beautiful one. Yes, he does. Down goes Rex. Some easy points there for Galaxy Racer. But of course, it is going to be absolutely insane. As you can see, only GUNZ being the team in zone at the current moment.
Yeah, they're able to have both of these shifts pull towards them, so they're in a very happy location. Honestly, everybody else, it's so out in the open elsewhere that all these teams on this eastern side are probably going to fight. Only one team can really, I think, survive on the eastern side of that road there. So it's just going to be a complete bloodbath. We've already went on ahead and saw that, but it's going to continue. Probably only 1-2 teams going to actually be able to survive this, and I think that means that we potentially know our top 4 teams. But of course, we have to watch this fight happening first. And snipers all the way down on the southern side, just waiting for everybody to take these fights with themselves is huge for them right now. They're able to just sit back and wait for the kills to come to them.
Marco actually in a good position right there, a slight off angle as we see. You know, he has a bit of a vantage point. He could gather a bit of additional information for his team. But RICO Infinity, getting obliterated by the side of GUNZ there. What a back and forth that was. GUNZ, again, bringing in that consistent play that we've seen from them time and time and time again. Sending up the utils, finding a good position, of course, holding on to this western end of the zone. We got the players there from RICO Infinity just up ahead of them, but Freak and Raouf keeping that angle, trying to see if they can spawn out the players there from RICO Infinity, as Prestige is now just trying to make the best of what he has at his disposal. He is the last remaining player for the team. We can see the sights also now getting picked up there by snipers. As I mentioned, Marco is in an absolutely phenomenal position. If he can play that one and keep rolling with the hits, I mean, it's going to be absolutely exceptional for them. RICO Infinity already sitting on 6. Snipers already sitting on 7. That is just such a good play so far from the snipers. But GUNZ, of course, now still fishing for those hits onto the side of RICO Infinity. They pick them up, sends them backing. We are now down to our final 4 teams.
Yep, and snipers are definitely able. They're just able to sit on that southern side, clean up everybody who's running and crawling out into the open. But now, as we can see, zone shifting up towards that northeastern side, they have to make a move. Luckily for them, I mean, they still have all 4 members strong. They didn't have to use too much of their util and meds at this point since they were able to take such long distance fights. But here we go. Looks like Marco already deciding to pull up a bit closer. They know that they need to grab a spot first, and it looks like our 2 big teams that are left are going to be the teams fighting next, and that is GUNZ and snipers. Meanwhile, Galaxy Racer, it looks like Ultron spotted out some of the members of Ra'ad and is going to start tossing over some nades, but the first big fight is going to be our big 4-man team on the south.
Oh, I mean, Ultron now just moving up, finding that position, just barely in the zone. Picking up a quick knock in the process, but of course now GUNZ once again sending up the utils, trying to flush out Ultron, trying to pick up the damage. But it's interesting to note, I mean, the snipers and Galaxy Racer, these 2 teams were sitting at the bottom of yesterday's performances. Now we see both of them in this final circle in the first game, being one of the top 4 teams. Of course, GUN coming in with a strong play yesterday. Again, starting off the day, yet again, with a really strong performance. So definitely looking to see exactly how this one will unfold as Ultron gets picked on up with Molly there. And of course, Raouf sending up those last few hits. But an absolute bombardment now coming in between these final remaining teams as the snipers are still sitting on all 4 players alive. GUNZ now being reduced down to 2. Ra'ad sitting on only 1. And of course, look at this great come up to Nord. Oh, just manages to escape the damage there. But this is going to be where things are going to be so tough. It is the final play. It is the final showdown in the zone. Oh, Klabs gets knocked on out, but Marco now trying to push on up aggressively. Gets knocked out in the process. Amir and Zaid now the 2 remaining hopefuls as we see the players here from snipers lose 1. It is now going to be absolutely brutal. A 3v2v1 fight for this chicken dinner.
I was going to say, this is a nice split coming in from the snipers. They could potentially just start sweeping and pinching, but unfortunately that means that at 1 person on either side was taken down, so maybe it would have been better to stick all 4 up and just start sweeping an edge together. So now they're a little bit too spread out, and we can see there this 2v2 fight. Oh, so close! But Zaid was still able to go on ahead and pick up GUNZ Esports. They're going to be eliminated, and that means the last one up is Radesha, able to find one of them so far. Now it's just down to 1 person left. They're currently getting the res, though.
I mean, what an exceptional play it has been so far. The Sniper's sitting on 11 kills for this match. Absolutely insane stuff. But of course, now we look to see whether they'll be able to just leverage the numbers they have left into this game. As you can see, Amir now just, of course, just sending over that information to the rest of his team, telling them where to find the last player, the last remaining opponent standing between them and that chicken dinner. As you can see, Zaid starting off with a DP28 spray in the direction there of Desha. Fortunately for Desha, the vehicle is there, just providing that extra additional bit of cover. But here comes Marco, tries to step on up Zaid. Still relentless in his efforts, trying to find those shots under the vehicle. Marco now also trying to move on up, smoking things up so they can get their numbers back up to 3. Things are looking absolutely phenomenal for the side here of the Snipers. But here we go, Raad now trying to push on in. Will Desha make it out of this as the blue zone is starting to close on in? Come on, Desha, show us what you've got. Are they going to make the run for it? No, the blue zone catches up and sends Raad back into the lobby. What an insane play this has been, though. I mean, really, really liking the performance we saw from Snipers here.
We literally just talked about how we wanted to see the performance coming in from Snipers, GSG, Fate, and GSG honestly stayed alive pretty late into that zone as well, but Snipers with that big win there, they went ahead and did it, so maybe we go in on a headcaster miracle them, not quite sure, but we'll be able to see how that affects them on that leaderboard after this break.
Hello and welcome back to PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. Of course, this is the third Super Weekend Day 2. We just came back from our first match on Erangel, and what an absolutely phenomenal match that was. Snipers just coming out of the woodworks where they play there, showing us what they've got and bringing in absolutely phenomenal stuff. But of course, another shout out we need to give is to Nimo TV, the official media partner of PUBG Mobile Pro League, National Cup, and Campus Championship in 2021. But Span, how impressed are we with the players from Snipers in that last match?
Very. They played that exactly the way that they needed to, playing on that very southern side. That hard shift down to that southwestern side was absolutely huge for them in GUNZ, honestly, because nobody was playing in those small little edges. So they're able to really go ahead, wait, just watch everybody else fighting in front of them, and then make a nice rotation on in once they took that fight. And let's take a look at those match stats from being able to do that. Snipers coming in first place, obviously grabbing that win, but also 11 kill points, so a total of 26 total points. Then GUNZ, the other team that ended up getting a really good spot in second with 10 placing points, 8 kill points, 18 total points. Rod in third with 16. Galaxy Racer in fourth with 12. RICO Infinity team also grabbing 12 points. NASR Esports in sixth with 10. And then HOTLINE Esports and AirGSG in seventh and eighth with 6 each. Exact same points as well. So there were a few teams in there that we were keeping an eye on that went on ahead and jumped into this first half of this match ranking board.
Yeah, really good performances coming in there. And of course, we can see our second page. We got the players from SCYTES finishing up in 9th on 4. We got the iKURD Esports team in 10th on 4. Alpha Legends in 11th with 3. We got Falcons in 12th place on 2 points. We got YaLLa in 13th on 2. And then, of course, RTG, Fate, and Real Tiger 9 not getting any points in this last match. But I'm really impressed with the performances that we've been seeing. And of course, speaking about impressed, look at the amount of damage that we've been seeing just in this past match. 2400 damage coming in from the snipers with 11 kills converted from that. I mean, GUNZ and NASR also doing an exceptional job, bringing in 1900 and 1700, almost 1800 damage, and of course converting that up in towards 8 kills. So some really strong plays that we saw in the previous match. But of course, now we're going to wait to see whether or not the teams will be able to continue with that momentum. You know, and speaking of the momentum that they've been building up in this past match, let's get into some of the highlights just to see what we had and what we are talking about. And of course, already right out the gate, we saw RTG and NASR stepping it up, bringing in those plays. Some really strong performances. RTG sadly finished in 14th place, not managing to pick up any kills. But I mean, RICO Infinity also just brought it in this game, picking up a grand total of 6 kills throughout their performance in this match. But this, for me, is a really good start to day 2. I mean, a real good big jump up coming there from the snipers. And also Arab GSG bringing in 5 kills, having that 1 placement point. Yes, it's not the craziest numbers, but it is a good start for the first match.
It is, especially everybody who was able to survive up here on this northeastern side really played this to the best of their ability. So honestly, the team being able to come on in and grab that second place spot that, as we know, is Rod grabbing that second place after taking all of these fights, that's actually absolutely huge for them. We can actually see them in the distance right now in all of these clips. So much fighting up on this northeastern side, and Rod were able to go ahead and stay alive through all of it, at least one person, and then kind of gave the snipers a little bit of a run at the end there. But snipers, they were just able to stay down here safely on the southern side, everybody else running out in the open and grab all those kills we just saw right there as well.
But I definitely got to say, that position that we saw coming in from Marco there, I mean, I said it in-game, it is a really good position. If he's able to hold it, he could really flex from that. And that is exactly what happened. They held on to that position, played their strengths, and I mean, it was an absolutely masterclass of a game for the snipers. They really played an exceptional game. But of course, they continued on with that, raking in 11 kills through this match. And this last play here by Desha, that was a beautiful sneak attack. They're just not managing to get ahead of that blue zone just yet. But really impressive. And of course, looking at the stats here from the players, you can see Marco coming in quite heavy on the damage. 800 plus damage, bringing in those, you know, those 3 kills, those knocks. Everything was just looking so good for the snipers in that game. And of course, as we go in towards Miramar, that is where we're going to be seeing once again whether or not they're able to continue with the momentum built up. And even the teams that didn't perform as they've wanted to in Erangel, Miramar will of course then give them that opportunity to once again get some momentum going to push them through the rest of the day.
Yeah, so we got our huge performance coming in from snipers, and let's take a look at their team stats specifically. So we saw that Zaid went on ahead and grabbed a lot of damage, but specifically for all of them together, we could see that the total was 2397. It was a 1059 there for that heal, and then the 26 points, 11 kills. Just a great game coming out of them. We could also see on the previous graphic that it was also Rauf that was up there on that top player list, excuse me. So really half of them were able to jump on up there. So that was a really good team performance from them.
Yeah, layer, player, it's all the same letters. It's all in the mix right there. But yeah, definitely super impressed with the snipers. But I mean, again, GUNZ bringing in that consistency as we've been seeing time and time again. So they managed to come into that second place overall. So really good performance there, but also impressed with Ra'ad. You know, as we've mentioned, Ra'ad was one of the teams also sitting in close to danger zone. Not exactly in danger, but uncomfortably close, right? So that performance from Ra'ad really did quite a bit of justice to them. Just helping them just increase that lead ever so slightly, just to make sure that, you know, they are not one of the teams that really need to worry too much about, you know, getting caught up from the rear. So definitely today is going to be a big battle between Fate, Snipers, and Arab GSG. It's going to be a back and forth, and whoever slips up in one of today's games, it could be quite detrimental to them.
Yeah, so we saw the big game coming out from snipers. I'm interested to see if Fate, GSG, or even other Galaxy Racer are going to be able to give us a big games as well. And obviously they have 4 more games to go on ahead and do so. So that's what I'm going to be looking forward for personally. But of course, there still is the chance that there's so many consistent teams elsewhere on the leaderboard that could potentially go on ahead and grab that as well, because they have been so consistent so far. That's why they're up there towards the top. So it does look like Snipers was able to go on ahead and do it. I'm interested to see if the others will be able to do it, and I'm just interested in general to see where that's going to go on ahead and leap Snipers too.
Well, one thing that is pretty interesting to think of, right? So we've got the 5 matches. We've got Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Miramar, and back to Erangel, right? So you make your play in the first game, trying to see where you're at for the day, trying to get your, you know, your role going. Then you've got Miramar to try and, you know, go at it again. A little bit of a different strategic play that comes into that. But for me, then, if we move into Sanhok, Sanhok is kind of the map where you can try and make up on the kill points if you missed out on Erangel or Miramar, right? Then, of course, we head back into Miramar and Erangel once again, and that now gives you that opportunity to try and fix whatever went wrong in the previous match. If there was any mistakes or any faults that managed to sneak in somewhere along the way. So I'm really excited to see exactly what the teams are going to try and establish in this Miramar map, how they're going to try and position themselves, because as we've seen time and time again, Miramar is a really interesting map to get into, especially coming off of Erangel. It changes things up, but also going into Miramar after having been on Sanhok, again, it is going to be such an interesting one. The next 2 Miramar maps we're going to be seeing, I'm quite excited to witness the performances here. And I mean, if we look in general, again, we see the strong consistency coming from the teams. We know that they are all capable of proving themselves. But do you think that this would be the match in which we see Arab GSG, Snipers, or Fate bringing in an exceptionally strong play? We know Snipers just did it, but do you think we'll see it once again?
There's a lot of opportunity too, I'd say. I mean, Miramar, there's so much opportunity with the terrain to really be able to grab any sort of position. So it does just come down to the circle and the team's overall positioning, if they're able to take those team fights when they exactly when they need to be. So I'm not going to say it's not possible, but I am in fact interested to see if it is possible. I already said I like that cool underdog story, so I'm kind of hoping to. And if anything, I think Miramar is the place to be able to do so. Miramar, since it is so much bigger, a little bit more spread out, there is a few more ridges, a lot more ridges to be able to play out of. It is more of a controlled space, I'd say, for more teams. So I will be looking forward to that. It's really on Sanhok, where Sanhok is definitely not a controlled space for basically anyone. So if there is going to be a map that's going to give themselves the ability to do so, I would say it's on Miramar. So they have 2 times to be able to do so.
Yeah, well, speaking of being able to do so, we're going to have a look at our overall standings, just to give you an idea of where the teams are currently situated. Of course, GUNZ still holding on to that pole position in very comfortable points there, as you can see, 426. RICO Infinity, of course, sitting on 311, the second team to break into the 300s. And of course, we got NASR sitting in third on 294. We got RTG in fourth there. And as we move into the second page again, these are the teams that are looking to move up in towards the finals. All right, you got the Snipers making a play up, coming in from 18th place, moving into 16th place. So really, really strong one that we saw. The points really being worth it for them. Good play. But now, it was only the first match. There's still 4 to go. So definitely got to be looking towards Fate, the Snipers, as well as the players then coming in there from Arab GSG. These are the 3 teams that we mentioned time and time again. These are the 3 teams that kind of decided who goes through into the finals. Who's the last 2 teams to make it up? Because if one of the 3, as I mentioned, slips up, that is it.
Yeah, now there's only a 5-point difference on that line, 5-point difference between 16th and 17th place. So Snipers were, in fact, they were the ones I was a little bit worried about if they're going to make it up there, because there was such a big point difference for them specifically. But from that first game, it really did go ahead and launch them into that 16th place. But now, 5 points away, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a duking between Snipers and GSG. And I mean, right above them, Fate Esports, they're 15 points above. A little bit more padding, but I mean, as we just saw, they're able to go on ahead and be able to jump that in just a singular game if either of these teams below them are able to pull off another big win like they just had. So it definitely is still very tense down at that cutoff point. I would not want to be down there whatsoever. So these teams, just mentally and being able to play these games, it's taxing.
It definitely is. But what's also interesting to notice, we've got Arab GSG and the Snipers sitting there, you know, in the kind of the danger zone. So both of these teams have missed out on a super weekend. Alright, so we had the players from Snipers missing out on the first one, and then Arab GSG missing out on the second one. So with regards to the amount of games they've played, they're pretty much on par with the same amount of gameplay in Super Weekend. So now it's good to see both of them making it up into the final one. Now they have that opportunity to show us what they've got, show us what they're made of, and whether or not they'll be able to bring in a strong enough gameplay to secure that spot. I mean, Fate, yeah, they're slowly starting to increase the lead they have over the Snipers, currently sitting 15 points ahead of them. So there's really just 20 points difference between where Fate is and where Arab GSG is. 20-point difference. It doesn't sound like much, and it isn't much. That's one decent game, like we saw now, coming in from the Snipers to move you up that slot. So yeah, it's going to be tough. It is going to be super, super tough, especially as we progress through today.
And I'm looking forward to it. Also, it wasn't wasn't Snipers one of the teams of the 4 teams that didn't have a chicken? So now it looks like it's just down to 3 teams left that have to go on ahead and grab that chicken for now. Everybody to have gotten a chicken dinner from all of the games. So that number, we already said it before, it's so consistent. Anybody could go on ahead and get that chicken dinner because all these teams, we know it's in them. So 3 teams left. Let's see if they're going to be able to grab that in the games that they have left for the Super Weekend, because it's definitely achievable.
Yeah, now it's more like a race to chicken dinners. Like, who's going to be the teams? Will we see RTG? Will we see iKURD? And will we see Fate picking up any chicken dinners today. We know it is possible. Snipers already showed that to be possible. Came in with a really good play, but of course now, yeah. So we got 3 teams down pretty close to relegation. We got 3 teams still in need of chicken dinners. So yeah, some interesting stories to follow as we progress through our games. So Miramar has kind of got like a double take to it. This is where we hope to maybe see that chicken performance coming in from RTG, iKURD, and of course the players from Fate. We've seen them do it in past. We've seen it come in league plays. We've seen it come in on Boss Super Weekends. So definitely just waiting for that. I mean, if we look at the players from iKURD, last Super Weekend, yes, they weren't able to find any chickens just yet. And of course, RTG, again, hoping to see that come in. We've seen, yeah, league play, definitely. They have the ability. But I mean, it really matters on Super Weekends.
It does. I get that sweet 965 prize dollars on top of each chicken, and obviously it kind of sets us up. It kind of gets us hyped for the finals to actually come and watch those games, because as we know, we already know that prize pool. We already know the prize for chickens just in Super Weekends, and then the thing that we keep track of with the top players, the MVP award going into finals as well. And I already said this last time as well that we were on. Like, this is the perfect opportunities for these teams to practice as well. Best place for, obviously, to get all of those prizes and get those points, but also then the practice. Because once that wipe happens, that's really when those points again start to re-matter. And I'm interested to see how that's going to go ahead and affect everybody's gameplay, honestly.
Well, I mean, speaking about the MVPs, I'm curious to see who the MVPs are going to be. Because we've seen quite a bit of a back and forth coming in from the players as we've gone through the matches. So yeah, of course, as we also know, MVP player for the finals also gets themselves that lovely $967, the $967. So definitely something to play for. That is a nice reward once again. But we've seen in past games some really exceptional plays coming in. I mean, it is so difficult to really pinpoint a particular player, as we've now across the board seen so many of them stepping up. But I mean, the util use that we've seen, like Hassan just now in Erangel, that timing with the nade, yes, he didn't get the knock, but man, was that thing on point. I'd be so interested to see who is going to be the one to claim that final MVP award. That is, if to say that is the best of the best in the PMPL Arabia, I mean, that's quite something to say, because there's so many beast mode players in here.
There are, and I feel like every single Super Weekend it changes. There's always one person that goes on ahead and shines, so it is giving us kind of an idea to see what happens in finals, but it also shows that there isn't just one person that's going to be super strong and just grab it immediately in finals. It is kind of giving us a questioning of who's going to be able to take it in the end, so definitely something to look forward to. And we're so close. I mean, obviously we still have so many more games decided this last Super Weekend, but once finals come, I mean, just super excited already for that to happen. But gotta come down a little bit. We still have 4 more games today, and I'm excited to get into Miramar, because we already talked about the differences between Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok, and I do think that Miramar is the perfect spot for these teams towards that bottom to really go on ahead and play, honestly, safely with how many ridges that they'll be able to take. So I'm looking forward to a little bit of a mixture between playing it safe but also playing aggressively. Miramar gives a huge opportunity for people to be playing long range. So looking forward to those kills coming in long range with that aggressive but passive balance.
Well, this could definitely be the game for Arab GSG to secure a few points. Because, I mean, yesterday, when they on their first Miramar, they did finish in 2nd place in the match, bringing in 15 points in total. So they finished up in 4th place overall for the particular match itself, right? So GUNZ, again, yesterday had a really strong showing on Miramar. RTG was then in 2nd. So looking at what we saw from yesterday, it's going to be spicy. It's going to be spicy. Knowing what we know now, knowing the teams are in dire need of points. All right, we already did see the players from Snipers secure some really strong points. This could be the match in which we see the players there from Arab GSG, of course, doing exactly the same, bringing in those points. So quite a bit of potential lies ahead for this match. So that is what we're going to be looking at. I mean, yes, it is good and great to find yourself in a strong performance, but of course, let's go into, before we get into that, we're going to be looking at a quick video of all the teams and where we did, where it's a bit of a would you rather kind of question coming in towards them.
موجودين معاكم بكمان فقرة، والفقرة هاي هي فقرة هل تفضل. حنعطي الشباب شوية أسئلة، نعطيهم خيارات ونشوف شو الشغلات اللي هم بفضلوها، تمام؟ يلا خلينا نفوت على طول في الموضوع. هل تفضل تستخدم الأوزي ولا اليو ام بي؟
اوزي.
اليوزي.
اوزي.
هل تفضل تلعب ميرامار فقط لسنة كاملة أو عمرك ما تلعب ميرامار بعد اليوم؟
والله العب ميرامار سنة كاملة لأن أحبها عادي.
I'll never play again.
هل تفضل تلعب إيرانجل بس لسنة كاملة أو ميرامار بس لسنة كاملة؟
إيرانجل طبعا.
إيرانجل.
ايرانجل.
هل بتفضل تجيب هيد شوت على مسافة 500 متر ولا تقتل واحد باليو اي زي؟
هيد شوت 500 متر.
Drive over them.
هل تفضل تلعب على الكلات ولا على المراكز؟
للمراكز.
على حسب ظروف كل جيم بس كلات.
كيلوز.
هل بتفضل تملك ميرادو ولا الروني؟
ميرادو اوف كورس.
Mirado.
هل تفضل تاخذ $100,000 في هاي اللحظة أو $1,000,000 بعد 5 سنين؟
$1,000,000 على مدار 5 سنوات.
$1,000,000 موزع على 5 سنوات.
$1,000,000 موزع على 5 سنوات.
هل بتفضل عمرك ما تستخدم ملح لباقي حياتك ولا عمرك ما تستخدم سكر لباقي حياتك؟
الملح ما أقدر أستغني عنه.
Sugar.
هل بتفضل تحلق تصير أصلع ولا تخلي شعرك يوصل لعند خصرك؟
شعره واصل لحد خصري، مستحيل أكون أصلع.
لا أصلع.
لا اكيد زهقنا من الصلع ولازم نطول شعرنا.
هل بتفضل تاكل ليمونة مش مقشرة ولا تاكل كيوي مش مقشرة؟
كيوي.
Kiwi.
All right, so that was fairly interesting to watch, and of course, as we saw, I believe that was Kevin from YaLLa saying he's bored of being bald. He'd much rather prefer long hair. I can feel that, my friend. I can feel that. I'm with you on that one. But yeah, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see when we get into this the first match rather of Miramar. Exactly, you know, how all that information we just gathered from these teams. All right, whether they preferred, you know, unpeeled kiwis or not, whether or not that is going to help them at all when we go in towards Miramar, and how they'll be able to apply some of that.
Pro player diet, you know? Would you rather have the lemon or the kiwi? I see how that gameplay comes into effect, you know? No, I mean, some of the questions out there were more towards the game, so that was interesting to see everybody's perspective. Seems like the majority of them were on the same page in terms of gameplay, but then the rest were pretty amusing. On the other hand, I'm sick of my hair, so I want to shave it all off, so... See, that one's a little bit different.
We can swap. We can swap. We can swap.
That sounds good.
But then I'll be blonde.
Is that an issue?
Well, I don't know. Ask me on Tuesday. But yeah, so of course we're not just waiting to head on over in towards the Miramar map just to see what is going to be happening. But of course, you know, we've been talking about what we hope to see, and we're going to be finding out pretty soon exactly what these teams are going to be doing. The 3 teams, of course, that we're going to be looking at is Arab GSG, Snipers, and Fate. Hoping to see those performances come in from them. And here we are as we head on over in towards Miramar to see exactly what is going to be happening. I love this music. It just builds the suspense span. Getting so hamped up for this. And of course, that flight path coming in looking fairly decent.
Yeah, this one's pretty nice. So this one isn't shoved over to one of the sides. This time it's going to go closer towards the center spot, so everybody should be able to nice and spread out. That means we're probably not going to see any early action, but honestly, as a player, I prefer that. You know, I'd like everybody to go ahead and be able to loot on up as much as possible before making a rotation into the zone, because that means the fights later on are going to be much more exciting, in my opinion. That means everybody's going to have all of the loot that they want, all the equipment, all the nice rotations possible, and that's going to make those big fights towards that middle and end game much more difficult and exciting to watch. If there's any sort of early fight, then you really know that it's kind of more up to that RNG. Who's going to find those good weapons? Who's going to find the good armor? So rather the looting phase just be looting phase.
Well, we'll definitely see how this pans out and where exactly we're going to be seeing the players find themselves for this first initial phase. As we're waiting now for the zone to pop, and it heads up in towards the north. We don't see this very often already. Starting things off, you can see San Martin being a pretty much of a hotspot. So many teams so close, and I think we're in for quite a bit of a ride on this Miramar map.
Yeah, this one's interesting. Oasis up on the northern side is still inside of this zone. Everybody that dropped towards the south, they're probably going to have to be making some big rotations on inside this one, but everybody else that dropped towards the center, they're definitely happy with their location right now, especially I'd say Ra'ad. So, this might be a Ra'ad game. You know, that's one of the teams that we're currently keeping an eye on.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, I mean, this is going to be essential, as we've mentioned, for GSG, the snipers, and the players from Fate, as they are the three teams sitting at the lower end of this point. So any good position they can find in this game would just greatly assist them in improving those overall standings. So definitely going to be keeping eye on them. As you can see, of course, GSG moving all the way down in towards the far southern reaches of the map. And of course now, you know, in a particular, in true YaLLa fashion, we see them up in San Martin, just making their way on through. But definitely got to be keeping an eye on our lovely three teams that I mentioned there.
Definitely. But yep, here comes that looting phase that we went ahead and talked about. So at this point, really, it's just a discussion of this macro play with this zone all the way up on the northern side. That these teams towards the southern side are really going to have to focus on either making a rotation in on a little bit later, so that everybody in front of them will push further up towards the center of the zone so they can grab just the southern side, or if we're going to see them make a rotation around one of the edges, either to the west or the east. So I'm interested to see what team exactly does what in terms of that first initial rotation, because that first one honestly is potentially it's like the hardest one, especially if you're that far away.
Yeah, and it definitely, it's going to be something to watch. I mean, Fate being one of the teams, as we know, that's still in need of those points to secure themselves a good position. It's going to be interesting to see where they choose to rotate. Currently, they are quite far away from that zone, so for this point, it's going to be absolutely crucial for them to find a good anchor point to fight from as they go further through this game. But of course, now the players here from iKURD, we've also seen a strong play coming in from them in the past match, and looking to see whether or not they'll be able to continue up with it once again in the Miramar map now. So yeah, a lot of teams, as you mentioned, you know, looting phase, going about their business, getting themselves up and ready for the next phase. But any particular team that you are expecting to shine on this map, just based on where the current zone is?
I already went on ahead and pointed out they're currently in Cabrera up on that northern side. Right now they're kind of alone with everybody. They can make a nice rotation on towards those craters up onto those little hills there. So I'm hoping Ra'ad is going to be able to have a really nice game coming into this, because they have the position to go on ahead and do so. They just have to make sure that nobody makes some sort of rotation in front of them, or make sure that they're not going to get crashed or get in an early fight at this point. So hopefully them.
Okay, well, that's a decent point, so we'll definitely be keeping an eye and seeing just exactly how Ra'ad is going to try and play their angles. But as we move up in towards Picado, it is eerily quiet as we got the Falcons making their way on through. As you can see, of course, you know, the teams are taking this a little bit more. They're taking a little bit more of a calculated approach to this match. You know, making sure they've got everything ready and sorted before progressing into those strong compounds. So, yeah, I think positional play, once again, is going to be the absolute crucial one. And YaLLa, of course, already starting to explore a little bit, spotting one of the sniper players just up ahead of them. As you can see, Clabs, of course, now completely isolated from the rest of his team. We can see them over towards that eastern side. So this could be an early few knocks already coming into the side of snipers.
Uh-oh, yeah, and you can see YaLLa, they're all ready. If Klabash, if he gets crashed on like this, he's really going to have to play the quiet game. So hopefully he hasn't been spotted out just yet for his sake. But it looks like powerful. They can see the vehicle. They know that there's somebody close by, and they're going to start sending some people in. Powerful, kind of being the holdback, the higher look as of right now. But they're only sending one person. Klabash, he definitely had to have heard that vehicle.
Yeah, you can see, of course, now that reaction following suit exactly as you would expect the players to behave in this situation. But now this is where things are going to get interesting, as we see the snipers now starting to reinforce this just a little bit. We got Zaid now, of course, moving a little bit closer. And then Marco and Amir, of course, now just a little bit further behind.
Yeah, Zaid being able to pull up will definitely help out. And the other two coming from the northern side, this might be a nice wraparound on top of YaLLa, to be honest. It looks like YaLLa kind of distracted by a team on their southern side as well. So, I mean, snipers might be able to get a nice surprise onto YaLLa at this point. That, or maybe they'd be able to pull off of this, but it doesn't look like Klabash is in any position to really be able to. But here we go. Mirsaka, he spotted out powerful. Some nice initial hits, but unfortunately not able to get that knock. That would have been huge.
I mean, that was a nice play there, just using the terrain, as we've mentioned time and time again. That with a Mini 14 is just amazingly done. Well played. And of course, we've said the terrain allows kind of these plays to come in, and now we see it in action as the snipers just wrap around there, as you mentioned, on the players here from YaLLa. But of course, now Bandar trying to move up. We got RTG coming in with a bit of a third-party hit in towards Zaid. So things are looking pretty tough, but of course, that is expected on Miramar. It is also where we see a lot of those third-party shots come in as fights.
Yeah, so it looks like YaLLa and snipers both have one down. So it looks like both these teams are still a little bit even in those terms. On Klabash being able to spot out another one. So, but I wouldn't have gone alone. It looks like Marco was trying to push on in behind him, but unfortunately wasn't able to get the re-knock back just yet.
Quite a bit of brief being exchanged between these two teams. As you can see, snipers and YaLLa both trying to hold on. Ida now trying to make their play up in the window. They pick up the shot though. Down goes Marcos. Bandar quickly seals it up, finds the shot, and now of course Amir using this opportunity to just get away to secure his team for a little while longer in the coming few phases. But what a good defensive player there was coming in there from YaLLa.
Yeah, now the rest of snipers, I mean, there's only one person left, as you just said. They had such a good game last game that he really needs to just go on ahead and preserve himself at this point, just to maintain those points at least. If they go out now, then that last game could potentially just not be as advantageous as they obviously want it to be. And luckily, it looks like he's inside of this next zone pulling over to center around where RTG is. So it looks like it might be a water treatment around there ending, and everybody else is still trying to figure out their way on inside. Rod still kind of free up on that northern side by Cobb.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at the level of these teams coming into today's games already, this is going to be an exceptionally difficult fight for a lot of these teams. So we still have quite strong numbers remaining, and of course all 16 players, or 16 teams rather, still in play. 60 players alive. Galaxy Racer, one of the teams that we've seen some strong performances in past games. Not necessarily been seeing the strongest performance coming in from them just yet per se, but this could be the one in which they step up and bring in that next level play. Of course, now, iKURD making it fairly difficult for them to gain that entry into zone, as iKURD themselves are also looking to still just move up the blue zone. Of course, now starting to move up in the next few seconds. A mere small amount of time remains for these players to make that play. And of course, now you can see everyone just trying to get a good rotation in.
And also at this point, I mean, this zone is still big enough. There's still a lot of places that multiple teams could go on ahead and play in if people obviously know their terrain. But it looks like HOTLINE Esports didn't realize that this one compound is taken. So a little bit of a pull back. Are they still going to continue to take the fight is kind of the question. And it looks like the answer is yes. Alpha Legends versus HOTLINE Esports now.
Ooh, and it's a very split up position here for Alpha. As you can see, Kaito now just being taken down. Molto also getting knocked. Oh, Umar getting knocked. Captain, my captain, bringing up the plays. But of course, now will he be able to hold it up against Thanos? As we see Thanos now getting ready to push on in, warming up those fingers, waiting. But of course, not quick enough. The shots just come flying in. And Alpha wiping the floor with HOTLINE. Absolutely insane show of performance here by Alpha.
Alpha is one of those teams that does really, really well in the league play weeks, but then do okay in the super week. And usually the stat that they get are kills. So that fight just went on ahead and showed us again that they are capable of grabbing kills. And it looks like they're starting to do it in super weekend. So hopefully Alpha Legends, might be their up and up at this point.
Yeah, it is definitely looking up for them. Maybe up and away even. We don't know. We'll see. We'll find out soon enough. But of course, Galaxy Racer now moving into position over on the southeastern side of zone. Zone, of course, still being absolutely humongous. It is only the second phase. But just on the opposite end of the mountain there, we have the players, of course, from iKURD now moving through. So Galaxy Racer going to be looking to maybe try and pick up a few more additional points. But we can see another team also just positioned up on the hills. You can see over towards that southeastern side, or rather northwestern side. Completely mixing up the angles here. But that, of course, being the players from RICO Infinity. As we move up onto the plateau, we can see Fate now just securing themselves here. GUNZ still in the vicinity, but quite a big split coming out from GUNZ here.
They are very spread out, but they have those high grounds, a nice little bit of scouting and grabbing positionings, and it looks like it happened again. The same exact zone shift towards gun happened in our last game that put them in a really good position. I mean, this one obviously an earlier zone shift, so not entirely locking it in for them to be able to grab a top placement position, but once again, hard shifting down towards guns, they're going to be able to grab this compound directly below them that they're already driving into, and everybody else are going to have to figure their own way inside. This time the zone is definitely too small with the amount of teams still up.
And this is what makes it so interesting. Everyone just trying to play their utmost best game they can. And we see now once again, you know, some strong positional play coming in there. Fate already having a secure angle in that. But of course now the players here from RICO Infinity, they're not too far away from the zone either. They are on the cliffs. We've seen some clutch plays come from that, but of course the zone not really favoring that at the current moment as we move over towards the players from Alpha who are trying to make their own entry point into the zone. And of course right up in in San Martin, we see the players here from RTG now rotating in, trying to find a play. Falcons right there alongside them. Fate up on that plateau. So again, if the zone favors that plateau, Fate could really benefit from that.
The only thing that I'd be a little bit worried for Fate is that there's only 4 of them. That plateau is so big that there's so many angles that a bunch of teams could potentially be pushing them from. And at the same time, that's not going to be good for Fate whatsoever. But I doubt that's going to happen this early on. At least maybe the next phase. But everybody definitely is going to be filling around into all the dips around them.
Yep, and of course now we see the players also from NASR in some of a dip, trying to make their own rotation back up in towards that zone. There is quite a bit of a mountain on the side of them, so they have to try and find a way through. iKURD also now just trucking on forward as they push on in. Khalid, as you can see there from RICO Infinity, not too far away, but of course that lovely replay. The shots coming in here from iKURD as they make their drive by, just tapping off a quick few hits. But of course now RICO Infinity coming in from the south, right behind the players here from Galaxy Racer. So this is where we look to see whether or not we're going to have that engagement coming in between RICO Infinity and Galaxy Racer. As we know, Galaxy Racer, they are a very capable team. But will they hold their own against the side of RICO Infinity? So far, the answer is yes. As you can see, Those shots just finding their way on through, but now we quickly jump up into the side here of Ra'ad, who's also trying to make their play. GSG, of course, right here with them. 2 players now remaining on this front, so things are looking a little bit tough. Ooh, down goes the snipers though, so early.
There's only that solo left, so it looks like he was, in fact, found out. So he's going to be taken down. Meanwhile, everybody seemed to have tried to find themselves a position. GSG not entirely succeeding, half of their team being taken down. And then once again, there we go, zone shifting towards GUNZ. This one, there's only 2 compounds, maybe 3 inside of this zone. Really only 3 places to potentially play on the southern side of that road, and only at the very top of the hill on the north. I'm actually surprised that there's still 13 teams alive, but this next zone shifts is even more difficult in terms of terrain. Everybody immediately grabbing their vehicles and trying to make a run for it, and it looks like RICO Infinity team, they've realized, uh-oh, there's people in front of us, we have to take them out now, and some nice shots coming through so far, and NASR's pushing.
Oh, here we go. NASR and Hassan side by side. Oh, come on. NASR steps up, picks up Hassan in the process. Of course, the rest of the NASR team still trying to move on out as NASR now shoots at NASR. Finds the head in towards Miracle. That was a very quick play coming in there, but of course, Nabo still alive, trying to make that play. RICO Infinity now just keeping a very watchful eye still over towards them. As you can see, Ragnar now getting ready to roll, but of course, we already see the points distribution starting to come in, and it is looking pretty good in favor of the sides here. They're already sitting on 4 now, going up against Lord. Oh, Lord picks up the one right onto Razur. But of course, now the rest of the side still just holding their edge, trying to make their play for it, and they could potentially maybe find those shots in towards Lord. But if they do that, they will then, of course, open themselves up for the rest of the GUNZ team. So things are pretty challenging right at the current moment. Some great nades coming in there from Phobia, trying to send them around the corner as he's trying to secure the angle to get that res going. But of course now, oh, up comes a beautiful return nade from the GUNZ there as they send it up, picking up another knock. And will they be able to seal it up? Yes, they do. Lord just absolutely blowing them out of the water.
I was actually going to say, I'm surprised that Lord, he was kind of trapped over here when sites crashed onto him. The rest of his team, they were in that center compound and up on top of the hill, and them having to drive back could potentially made them lose their really good spot, but at least they're going to be able to take the top of the hill. It's a little bit difficult to go on ahead and protect and hold from other teams making a rotation, but I mean, at least they won that fight against sites. They didn't lose Lord, so it might be okay. But I do think that they potentially lost their compound that they had a hold in that's in that center.
I mean, this is now, of course, Alpha. They're trying to secure their position up in the north. RTG still to rotate up in towards the zone. Already quite a bit of damage on the side there for the players from Alpha, but now RTG also now just keeping a very watchful eye on Ra'ad up ahead. You can see Sadat and Munir trying to make a play in that little shack. Flame just waiting for that moment to send. Just waiting to find that angle on towards Ra'ad. And this is such a tough angle to be shooting from because they still need to try and squeeze up in towards zone. Alpha now, of course, just smoking things up as they plan to push a little bit further up in towards that zone potentially. But here we go now, RTG making their play. Chaos now just welcoming them in. As you can see, El Chapo and Marshall getting caught on the side of the cliff there. Oh, shots coming in. El Chapo picking up quite a bit of damage in the process there. 2 knocks, in fact, flying up in towards RTG as Flame and Lazy both get knocked on out. But that at the hand of the players from Falcon. Now Captain trying his own luck over towards the players there from RTG. So things are looking pretty tough for them at the current time. But of course now with the Falcons moving in behind them, I wouldn't expect anything less. As you can see, Damar now focusing over on towards Marshall. El Chapo just holding up ahead. And here we go, RTG now crashing up alongside the players here from Alpha as Marshall now comes running in. Jody gets knocked and out at the hand there of Ida. So some really strong third parties coming in already and expecting it to get even more challenging as we move on with 11 teams and 33 players still alive. That south though is looking pretty congested.
It really is, and GUNZ up on top of that mountain. I'm interested to see if they're really going to be able to capitalize off of all those teams now pushing on in. Unfortunately for Marshall here, for RTG, Alpha Legends were leaving. They were in vehicles. I do believe that they were trying to make a rotation towards that compound that's actually inside zone, but when Marshall pulled on in, they all instantly stopped. They know that there's probably only 1 or 2 people here. They want to take advantage of it, and it looks like they will be able to get the knock, but one of their teammates going down in the process. They need to get that res quickly because the zone is slowly moving on in before they make the next move.
Some definite good teamwork coming in there from the side of Alpha. Managing to hold on, bringing in 7 kills so far. But now we jump up onto the Falcons and Galaxy Racer battling it out just outside of the zone. Both teams still trying to get into that zone. We can see Ultron now stepping up with the shots. Oh, picking up the squad in the process. Ultron, my man, what was that? That was insane. Tommy gun for the win.
He played that very, very well up on top of that hill. So that was a nice win for them. They still have a long way to go to get inside this next zone. Meanwhile, it looks like more action is happening on the western side. YaLLa and RICO Infinity team kind of trying to toss util back and forth, not quite being able to go over the top of that hill just yet, but they're going to continue to do so. Khalid needs to be a little bit careful. The rest of his team is a little bit further away. And he didn't have his gun out.
Yeah, it's bad if you get caught without your gun out, as you can see now. Ida just stepping straight up into that one, but of course now RICO Infinity being reduced to 3. They're trying to push on in onto the side here of YaLLa, but those utils once again coming out from YaLLa as they're trying to hold on. Prestige now cooking up one of his own. Ida taking a little bit of damage. Out it goes, sending right up onto the side of them. Picks up a double knock in the process. Of course, now the players there from YaLLa down to only 1. This could be the clutch coming in for RICO Infinity. As you can see, Bandar now just trying to fend off RICO from pushing in and getting that wipe. Up comes Prestige in for the play, and easy claps. Picking up the squad wipe on YaLLa. What a play that was. Prestige now feeling really, really good about that one. Of course, now they are not out of the woods just yet. They still need to continue forward. They have a good angle in the zone, but now they need to try and defend it. As we move to the southern portion of this more playable area, we can see the players here from Fate now trying to make their entry, sitting on a comfortable 4 kills so far, but NASR just on the opposite end, also trying to make it fairly difficult for them to gain a good entry point in towards that zone.
Either way that either of these teams make a rotation, they're going to come face to face with GUNZ as well. So both these teams are going to have to be careful. We can see, unfortunately, actually, wait a second. Sorry, I saw Galaxy Racer come onto the feed again. I thought they were the one that got the knock onto NASR there, but I think that they're still fighting down in that southeastern position to get inside here. There's just so many teams down here. It's just going to be third-party central.
Yeah, Batika now, of course, losing his teammate to the blue zone, but Prestige stepping onto the side of Alpha once again, picking up a few hits along the way, and of course now Fate just going on a roll here as they move in so aggressively. You can see Ragnarok now stepping in, picks up the kill on towards Batika, sending NASR back into the lobby. Now we are down to our remaining 6 teams to fight it out for that chicken dinner. Alpha, of course, now up in the north there. All these teams in such a difficult angle. This terrain is really, really tough to play around. But of course, we'll be looking to see just how they'll be able to capitalize on that. As Fate now picks up a few more kills, sending the players there from GUNZ back into the lobby. You can see Fate already sitting on 7. Alpha also sitting on 7. And of course, RICO Infinity on 5, looking to pick up a few more points along the way. But a good showing coming out here from Galaxy Racer as well.
Yeah, being able to pick up 6 kills so far, but oh my goodness, Rod Delhap has a beautiful location up on top of this hill. But unfortunately, it looks like Ragnarok is going to win that trade once again. Rod is eliminated. 4 teams left now, and a few of these teams still were able to keep up all 4 of their members.
Yeah, I mean, this is just exceptional play that we see from these teams. Once again, Fate being one of those teams still sitting on all 4 players alive. Well, being the only team on all 4 players alive. Alpha on 3, Galaxy Racer on 3, RICO Infinity on 3. So those are our final 4 teams, and it is going to be quite the fight to secure that chicken dinner. 13 players remain. This is a super challenging zone. How's it 13 that the... Oh, it makes sense. Never mind. My bad. I thought for a second there the math doesn't add up, and then I realized, oh, but it's 4 teams, not 3. So, yeah.
Yes.
My calculator failed me. My bad, my bad. But now, speaking of calculators, we're seeing a lot of calculated positioning coming in from these teams. I mean, Alpha Legends, their stats already looking pretty strong. Already 1,200 damage being dealt by the hand of Alpha. So they're looking to pick up a few more as they're now north of the zone. They need to rotate in. RICO Infinity looking exceptional in this one as they are quite comfortable in that zone. But Fate now trying to make the power play, trying to push on in, trying to use their numbers to their advantage. And of course, RICO looking to try the exact same approach.
Yeah, and meanwhile, while they're both trying to fight each other, they're going to have each a team pushing towards them, starting off with Alpha Legends being able to get a knock into one of the RICO Infinity team members, but it looks like they will, in fact, be able to toss one nade back and take down a lot of the Alpha members. Yeah, look at that. It's just down to Chaos left, currently trying to get those reses, but that zone coming in quite quickly. I don't think he's going to be able to get either of his teammates. Yep, and there you go. He's trying to run for it, but RICO Infinity team are waiting for it, and it looks like that is it for Alpha Legends. 3 teams now are up as Galaxy Racer. They're pushing towards Fate at the same time.
Yeah, we can see, of course, Ultron getting knocked out. MJ now just trying to secure that res as Fate is rushing on in. Ragnarok taking a little bit of damage, not getting knocked out. Reef now, the next one to feel a bit of a sting coming in here from Prestige as he's trying everything he can to pick up those points, pick up those kills, and move his team up just that little bit further. But of course now Fate just trying to seal the deal there for Galaxy Racer as Ragnarok is relentless in his efforts. Ultron and MJ now getting caught in a very compromising position. They need to try and rotate out of that, but of course all the sites are trained on their position. Prestige now getting picked up there by Ultron. Absolutely phenomenal reaction, but of course now the retaliation comes on in right on towards Galaxy Racers. They now getting spotted out in the smoke, but Fate now trying to make the play looking pretty strong still, having all 4 players alive. Those mollies flying on in. Will that be the one to seal the deal? Ragnarok picks up one with that molly. MJ now the last remaining opponent there. Oh, the utils come in. MJ goes down as NASR just steps into the side of them. RICO Infinity on their 3 players sitting on 10 kills up against Fate on 9 kills. So this is going to be a super tough fight. 4v3. What a showdown this is, and what a play we've been seeing coming in from RICO Infinity and Fate so far. But of course, those utils still flying on in. We see Prestige, we see NASR, but now the question is, where is Ragnar? We don't see him on the front line. Is he trying to come up with a bit of a different approach? No, he's hanging back a little bit. That could be quite interesting.
I mean, going into this is the last zone, so it should just start closing at this point. It does look like Fate, they're kind of setting up, waiting for a hole. Lasawi there, kind of hugging the side of that rock. He's going to be able to kind of play a little bit of a spoiler position. If RICO Infinity team try to push any closer, even if they're able to push towards the rest of Fate, Sawi is there to go on ahead and hold them out. So I think Fate Esports definitely might have a little bit of a better position holding the more towards the center, but that's not going to stop Ragnarok from trying to be aggressive anyway. Still being able to use some util at the same time though. Oh, Ragnarok peaked a little bit too far.
Oh, but you can see Fate, they know what's at stake. They know they need the points, and now they are bringing that gameplay in to acquire those points, to secure themselves a slot in that final weekend. But of course now, RICO Infinity down to 2. It is Prestige and it is Ragnar, unless of course Prestige can pull off that raise on towards NASR. But now here comes Reef, jumping into action, finding hit after hit. Picking up one. Ragnar now the last player left to make a play forward. Will Ragnarok? Yes! Ragnar and Ragnarok going head to head. And of course, Ragnarok rocking it out, picking up the kills and the chicken dinner alongside that. What a phenomenal play that was by Fate.
That really was. Just their ability to keep all 4 members up on top of that hill as well was huge for them. And we'll talk a little bit more about them and that strategy that we went ahead and saw after a short break. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. We just came back from our second match. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. We just got back from the second match over on Miramar, where we saw the players from Fate just bringing in an absolutely phenomenal play, and a Ragnarok taking out the Ragnar in the final few shots there to seal that chicken dinner. What an absolutely exceptional play that was.
That definitely was. Even though that last fight was actually that was really close. That was closer than I honestly expected, because I mean, we saw Fate, they were able to make a nice rotation down on the very southern side of that zone. They were kind of fighting the whole way inside of that rotation, just being able to use their vehicles really nicely coming out of that compound. There's so many teams down that they're able to crash on and take out to take that position. So that was nice grabbing and fighting up that hill and for Fate in that situation. And then even RICO Infinity team, they were holding onto the very side, the western side of that zone for a very long time as well. And then those last few pushes, it really just came down to some last few trades, and you know, one came out on top in that situation. One of the Ragnars came up on top, Ragnarok. So that was really nice gameplay from Fate.
Yeah, and I mean, as Fate has it, we were asking before the break, will we see another team step up, claim a chicken dinner, one of the teams that haven't done so already? And Fate did it. So now there's only 2 teams left to bring in chicken dinner. So well done to Fate. Really impressed. I mean, one, they brought in an absolutely exceptional match. They are also, you know, just trying to secure themselves in that little bit of a danger zone that we've got at the bottom end of that leaderboard. So really well done, really well played performance coming in there from them. And speaking of which, let's hop on over in towards the match stats just to see what the results were in this past one. And of course, you can see Fate securing that pole slot on 27 points, 12 kills to just, well, solidify that. Of course, RICO Infinity finishing up in second with 22 points, 10 kill points. Galaxy Racer in third with 16. We got Alpha Legends in fourth with 15. GUNZ in fifth on 10. Ra'ad in sixth place on 8 points. And of course, YaLLa and SCYTES in seventh and eighth place, both finishing off there on 5 points apiece.
And then going on to our second page, we can see RTG Esports grabbing 9th with 3 total points. Same with FalconsEsport with 3. NASR Esports and iKURD both being able to grab 2. And then a little bit of 3-way tie. Real Tiger 9 Snipers and HOTLINE Esports being able to take 1 each. And then our team there at the bottom coming in on 16th place. No points, but let's also take a look at the highlights from that game. See who shone where inside of that game, because there were actually quite a few teams that are able to grab a lot of kills in those situations, especially Galaxy Racer being able to sneak on into that 3rd place with a lot of kill points.
Yeah, as we were saying, you know, it is going to be a pretty tough day today, you know, and as we're going to be jumping into those highlights, we can see some of the players, as you've mentioned, you know, where did they shine, and at what point did they bring in that next level performance. And of course, well, that was just a quick teaser as we now move in to our total damage graph. There you can see RICO Infinity and Fate just bringing absolutely boss level damage, bringing in 12 and 10 kills. And that is why we saw them managing to move up in towards that pole position. Of course, Fate with the 12, RICO Infinity with 10. I mean, that again was just some exceptional play that we had there.
They really did. And I mean, Alpha Legends, we already talked about how aggressive they are. Their main thing is kills, so they're able to do a ton of damage, grab 7 of those points, and everybody else that followed behind them. So really nice spread of kills, I'd say, in this past game. And that just kind of contributed to how many teams were able to stay alive into those very last few zones. It was just chaos towards that end there. Multiple teams pushing from all sides, and really those teams that were there first seem to have just been surrounded and taken out. So it does seem like maybe being able to come in a little bit later was the play in that situation.
Yeah, it definitely looked like that was the one to work out for them. But of course, this is where things are going to get quite interesting, because now we've seen what the teams were able to do in the first 2 matches, Erangel and Miramar. Next up is our aggressive map, the one in where they could bring in some additional kill points, you know, should they feel like it. But the story so far has been, you know, to keep a very watchful eye on the players coming in from Arab GSG, the Snipers, and Fate. So we've already seen the Snipers step up. We've already seen Fate now step up. So that leaves one more team in the bottom section to bring in that performance and come in with the chicken dinner. So really hoping to see whether or not the Sanhok map is going to be the map on which we see Arab GSG bringing in that performance to get themselves out of danger zone, because things are starting to look a little bit tough, and of course it is still pretty close between Fate, Snipers, and Arab GSG.
Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye out. I mean, in the first game, GSG was able to go ahead sneak in towards that later game, those later zones. This last one, not quite as far, but there's still 3 games to go, and we might be able to see that, or we still have 2 other teams higher up in that leaderboard that still need to get some chickens for there to be at least 1 per team going all the way down the board. So maybe one of them as well at this point.
Yeah, so that could be the potential play for RTG and iKURD. As we know, they are the 2 remaining teams to pick up those chicken dinners, and if that happens, if that is the case, then every single team has been able to pick up a chicken dinner through the Super Weekend. Well, aside from the Fanatic Zombies who are not playing in the Super Weekend, but everyone else would then have been able to secure themselves those lovely chicken dinners and of course reap the benefits of doing so. You also get a nice lovely reward that we've been talking about a few times as well. So yeah, I'm definitely hoping to see either Fate or Snipers increase their standings, you know, bring in an extra strong performance in this one, or we have the players from Arab GSG just bringing in an exceptional play over on Sanhok.
Looking forward to it. We saw a lot more long-range fighting there for Miramar. It was a little bit more chaotic. There was a lot of opportunity being up on top of that hill, actually, for teams to get really close to each other and have to take some close-range fights as well. But on Sanhok, as we know, really it is a lot more close-range fighting. So I'm interested to see how that difference is going to come into play, because even we saw in the last few zones there for Miramar, there were 2 teams that were stuck out completely in the open, and teams were just able to take them out from very far away, specifically RICO Infinity Team onto Alpha Legends on that northern side. Alpha Legends could not move at all. RICO Infinity Team just got to sit back and shoot at them from far away, and the same for Galaxy Racer as well. So coming into Sanhok, that is not going to be possible. So how is that going to affect the gameplay? And I'm also interested to see, we've seen the zone for Sanhok go into very specific positions. I feel like one of the things we have not seen yet is down like a southwestern zone. So maybe we'll get one of those for our second day here in Super Weekend.
Well, anything is possible. It could easily swing either which way, and of course we'll be seeing exactly what is gonna happen on that front and how the teams are gonna try and position themselves. But yeah, I mean, there's so many possible outcomes on this Sanhok map as we get ready to move up in towards that direction. You know, I'm excited to see exactly what is going to be coming in, who's going to be the team to step up, show their dominance, show their skill in this next map, because as we've mentioned, we're watching those 3 teams on the lower end of the leaderboard to see whether or not, you know, one of them will be able to whether 2 of the 3 teams will be able to bring in the performance to secure themselves that slot. That is essentially, well, that's the story that I'm focusing on today, right? We know all the teams above them, they are all moving through. That is pretty much how, just the way the cookie crumbles. So yeah, I'm looking towards them, and you know, as I've said it, you've said it, everybody said it, this is that opportunity. Sanhok is the one where they can try and get those additional kills, get those additional points, and move up. But also now, I mean, just looking at what we've been seeing coming in from the players here, we see some strong positional play. Sorry, wrong word. Strong positional play coming in, but we want that aggression. So hopefully this is the one to do it.
I'm looking forward to it. Sanhok always makes some interesting plays going ahead and show itself just because of how Sanhok is, especially because starting off exactly how close each other are. And speaking of close, let's take a look at that overall leaderboard and see just how close those few teams at the bottom really are. But starting off on first place is GUNZ Esports, 7 chickens so far, still total of 436 points. Below them, RICO Infinity Team, second, 333 points. Legends coming in third with 297. NASR Esports in fourth with 296. RTG Esports in fifth with 292. SW3D2 Esports not inside of the Super Weekend, but still in sixth place with 269. Falcons Esports grabbing silence 252, and the SCYTES in eighth place with 224 points as of right now. That concludes our top 8 so far overall.
I mean, it's interesting just to look at the players here from Falcons. They're sitting in 7th place and they've only played 22 games. Already a considerable amount less than the other teams we have sitting up on this first page. So that already speaks just to the ability of the players. But of course, we also then see the players there from iKURD sitting in 9th place on 222. We've got YaLLa sitting in 10th on 214. We've got the HOTLINE Esports team in 11th on 196. Real Tiger in 12th on 193. Galaxy Racer in 13th on 182. Ra'ad in 14th on 160. We got Fate in 15th there with 147, and the Snipers in 16th place on 102. So again, the players from 11th place further down, they've played far less matches, but really looking to see whether or not they'll be able to continue to push on into it. Of course, now Arab GSG just trailing behind on a slight few points behind the players there from the Snipers. So definitely looking to see how that is going to go. Who's going to be the one to move up? So we're going to be seeing a potential up and down coming in between these teams. But of course, if they want to secure a good amount of points, not having to worry too much about that, I mean, Sanhok is the place to be. Sanhok is the place to do exactly that. So yeah, we're waiting now just to move up into the Sanhok. So Span, I've got a question, right?
Yep.
From what we've been seeing, the strong consistency we've been having coming in from the teams, right? Are you expecting any particular team to step it up on Sanhok and just go over and above from what we've seen so far in today's matches?
Depends on everybody's placement. If you're in the center too fast, multiple teams are going to be able to go on ahead and push up onto you, and that could potentially put yourself in a bad position. But if you're just speaking consistency, obviously that's going to have to be GUNZ in this situation. GUNZ are the most consistent team. I mean, there are a few teams right behind them that aren't too far off, one of them being like RTG. We're seeing a RICO Infinity team becoming really consistent as well, but the most, just talking about stats, is in fact GUNZ. Now, in terms of specifically Sanhok, I'm not 100% sure. Do you have someone you're thinking of specifically, DK?
Well, if I look to yesterday's games, right? Just as a bit of an indication, because that to me is the closest we can kind of get to an answer, right? We saw the sites clutching the day out, right? So they performed exceptionally well, finishing in pole position, 9 kills. We had RTG hot on their heels in second with 12, and then of course the players from Falcons finishing up in 3rd place. They took 5th place in the match, finishing off on 10, and HOTLINE in 3rd with 3. So there's a possibility for the players from SCYTES to come in with an exceptional game once again. I mean, they did it yesterday, they can do it again today. You know, nothing has really changed aside from the date. And of course, RTG also stand a really good chance to bring in that performance. So if I base it off of what we just saw yesterday, sure, there is that possibility for them to step up to bring that next level play. So definitely excited to see exactly how that goes. But of course, there is also that possibility that it could go any other way. You know, this is Battle Royale after all. You know, anything is possible. So without much further ado, we're going to be jumping into the game now to see what the answer to the question is going to be. And this is Born to Win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. And that is exactly what we're waiting to see. Who is going to be the team to bring in that gamer mode play. Of course, that flight path you can see cutting in from Lakawi to Tambang.
Very southern plane, but as we've said multiple times before, that doesn't really affect where people are able to go ahead and jump and long jump to. Sanhok is so small that everybody should be able to spread out across this entire map, but it does look like our first zone is going to center around that quarry location. So finally a little bit further down to the southern side. I don't think we've actually gone ahead and been able to watch live one of the zones down here so far. All of them seem to like going up to the northern side, so a little bit more southern. Quarry is finally inside of it. Quarry is in itself a really interesting place to be able to watch fights happen. So from here, with a little bit different location for this zone, I'm interested to see how everybody's going to be able to take it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, especially like you've mentioned. We've not really seen the zone shifting south necessarily. So interested to see exactly how the teams are going to try and maneuver through this. But of course, starting the fight off, starting the party off, is the players from Galaxy Racer and YaLLa over in towards Bootcamp. So again, we've seen time and time again in our league days that the teams are really capable, especially over in Bootcamp. So now we wait to see who's going to be the one to claim the title of the Bootcamp bosses. Will it be YaLLa? Will it be Galaxy Racer? It's going to be either or.
Yeah, this is their last time. Well, it's not last time. Tomorrow's their last time for Sanhok to see who comes out on top. And really, at this point, I think they might be even in terms of Sanhok. So, oh, that nade went crazy. But we'll be able to see who's going to be able to grab this one so far. And as of right now, it seems YaLLa is pretty spread out. But, oh, it looks like Ultron is actually going to be caught out because of it.
Oh, Bandar steps up but gets knocked right on out. Max Cash is like, no, thanks for coming, thanks for trying, but I'ma fight you. Here we go, Powerful now just strafing into the side. They're picking up a waste in the process. But of course, now we wait to see. Will YaLLa be able to wrap it up all the way? As you can see, Max and MJ now being the two remaining players for the Galaxy Racer team, as Oasis is currently knocked out. But of course, we also have Loka and Powerful making their own plays.
Wow.
But iKURD now stepping in from the south. Quite a bit of a reach there with those shots. But I mean, hey, anything helps. Yeah, it does. I mean, and this is going to be a really, really tricky play. YaLLa definitely on 2. Galaxy Racer could maybe be back up to 3. Currently on 2. As you can see, Max now trying to get that raise back up onto Oasis. But YaLLa now using this opportunity to disengage. And I think that is a good call. Yeah.
Especially as a two-man.
Realized,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. You know, like, better not waste an opportunity. Rather try and stay in the game a little while longer.
Yeah, 2-man up stuck on that northern side of boot camp. It definitely isn't ideal either. So they saw the down person trying to go crawl for the res. Unfortunately, didn't get the flush onto him quite fast enough, but they decided to just take the opportunity to leave on that. And I think that's definitely the correct play. I'm still surprised, honestly, that the hot drop in boot camp is still continuing this far inside of the super weekends. I mean, at this point, maybe it's because they're all safer on the safe side, so they can go ahead and take it, but it's really for finals, so I'm curious to see what's going to happen. But oh my goodness, iKURD just being able to kind of sneak a little bit to get at least one knock so far.
Oh, yeah. So Kalaga getting knocked out in the process, and of course exchanging a few up in towards the players here from RICO Infinity. NASR now just quickly trying to recover their health there. But this is going to be an interesting one, especially looking at the play that we saw in the previous game, just the way that RICO Infinity handled themselves. I mean, Ragnar coming up with absolutely insane plays, but now this is a different map, different setup, different loadout, and of course now anything can happen still in this game. As you can see, iKURD now just trying to play the edge here, trying to figure out exactly how to best approach the players here from RICO Infinity, because they don't want to lose Kalaga. They want to try and keep all their players up as long as they can. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly how they intend to secure that res.
RICO Infinity team are actually still searching for more and more at this point, being able to take the top, but here shooting in the distance. Yep, it looks like NASR, he's down, but they're going to be able to go get that rest too. But the rest of iKURD are continuing to push up this hill. This is definitely a really early fight that honestly I don't think I was expecting it whatsoever. Has these two teams really fought it out in this exact location and all the Sanhoks we've seen so far? I don't recall any.
Yeah, me neither. It's a very interesting position to see them in, and just how they try to make the most of this. But of course, you can see this is a pretty contested region. We got Alpha, we got NASR, we got RICO Infinity, as well as iKURD. So, I mean, we were talking about, you know, having that opportunity to get aggressive, and that is exactly what we're seeing here. iKURD already stepping it up, kind of coming out of nowhere, and now, I mean, Alpha also stepping up onto the side of NASR. But we're going to be looking to see whether or not, iKURD will be able to turn the tables on RICO Infinity, as we got Helm End now already stepping up. Ragnar just up ahead. Ragnar and Prestige, the two remaining hopefuls for the side here of RICO Infinity, and it's quite a bit of a turnaround. I mean, they finished exceptionally strong in the previous one, and now this one, you know, it's gone slightly the other way.
Sanhok is like that, is all I have to say. I mean, there is a huge chance to just rotate straight on up into a team without seeing them until you're directly on top of them. And I think that happened that did happen for some of the members. iKURD was able to be behind a rock and watch as they got a little bit closer and instantly took one down. That meant the RICO Infinity team immediately had to take that fight with one less person. So at this point, with only two of them being up, it makes sense in the timing of the events that had occurred when they started the fight. And then, of course, elsewhere, also trying to make rotation. Looks like NASR might be trying to hold out Alpha Legends, but they're not pushing quite yet. Only two left on the side of Alpha Legends, and same as NASR.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. Alpha, we've seen some pretty damage-heavy gameplay come in from them. Of course, now NASR, only two players. It's going to be a pretty hairy one, but here we go. Just looking at the shots coming in there from Hassan. But of course, Alpha, as we mentioned, they are damage heavy, and of course, they were just showing that, proving that in the way they handled themselves in this fight. But of course, again, the util usage just being next level as expected. And that is what I really enjoy about watching the Arabia region go to work.
It also looks like GSG Osama here. He's now making a rotation away from Falcons. Oh, I'm a little bit worried. GSG, they're one of the teams that we're keeping an eye on. They're one of the teams that needs to go ahead and start doing better, because right now they're not in the top 16 spots to get into finals, so they really have to continue to play these games well. I was concerned there because I only saw Osama. I was like, where is the rest of GSG? But we can see them now coming from the distance. But Falcons Esports, it looks like they might be interested in a little bit of a pursuit. As we know, the zone is actually down here, so if GSG is able to stay far on the western side, they shouldn't be too bothered, and it looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do. Just rotate away at this point. Ooh.
Oh. Man,
Okay.
talk about taking an opportunity. I mean, like, Falcons just jumping at that angle on towards Osama. They're putting in quite a bit of shots. Not getting the knock just yet, but still a very decent, valiant effort coming in. But now we see the teams now, again, very centralized within the zone. And this is going to be a highly congested phase. I mean, as we move up into the next one, it moves in. A lot of teams already secured in that position. But now, centering up against around Quarry, oof, it's going to be tough.
And there we go. Real Tiger 9 ends up spotting out the last two members of Alpha Legends as well inside of this one little compound here. Real Tiger 9, this compound actually is a compound that's kind of in a little bit of a bowl. It's kind of out in the open, so if Real Tiger 9, now is their opportunity to get up inside before Alpha Legends kind of set up, and it does look like Surprise is going to be able to do so, but right now he's alone versus two members of Alpha Legends. So you got to be careful not to get caught out, but it looks like Chaos will be able to do that anyway, and the rest of Real Tiger 9 are very far away at this point, so Alpha Legends are just able to pick up another kill easily, because it actually looks like Vault might be stuck fighting out with YaLLa.
Oh, yeah, Vault now trying to get those shots in towards YaLLa. As you can see them just up ahead. Great potential for some shots, but of course, there we go, trying to wrap it up. Lockup gets taken out by Jigsaw. I mean, Volt now just up ahead. Marshall keeping a very watchful eye, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Fortunately for Volt, he decides to fall back up in behind some hard cover. But of course, already we see the players from Alpha Legends sitting on 3 kills so far. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how this one rolls on out as we got the players here from Ra'ad now just trying to make their way on through. Fairly close. Ooh, Alpha goes down. All right, anyway. Ra'ad right here alongside the players from iKURD. We've already seen a strong play coming in from iKURD already in this match. But now we look to see whether or not iKURD will be able to continue that push. This is one of the teams that hasn't gotten a chicken dinner just yet.
And as you can see, I mean, Sanhok coming into play, Ra'ad is continuing to move up. They haven't spotted out iKURD whatsoever. Meanwhile, iKURD, they're definitely being able to look in their direction. Oh, he could definitely see their little heads peeking up over that hill. So this is just the difficulty of Sanhok. There's so many locations to be able to hide out on that if Ra'ad decides to try and push up towards the northern side, iKURD is just going to be able to stand up and do a ton of damage before they're able to find any sort of cover. So definitely a little bit of a tense moment. They're definitely not aware of the situation, but we are, and that's something to keep an eye on. But as of right now, if the zone's still so big, I don't think that they have any reason to move just yet.
I'm liking the split, though, coming in from iKURD. They took a 2-2 split, and there is a little bit of a gap between them. But, I mean, it is Sanhok. They are able to gather quite a bit of information. So I can't really say much, you know, in a bad light regarding that split. So far, it looks to be a fairly right-ish kind of split, but of course, we're going to be looking to see whether or not they'll be able to condense themselves back up again as a squad before moving on, as we now wait to see where this third phase is going to be going, and everyone just waiting it out, waiting to see where the phase is going to move, where that zone's going to shift on up into, and I'm pretty sure from that point on, we're going to be seeing the calculated maneuvers come out. Everyone, of course, now trying to set themselves up beautifully for this coming phase.
Majority of these teams smack dab in the center of this zone, exactly where they really need to be. It does look like RTG is kind of taking their time coming in on that northeastern side, and they're going to be able to keep on driving because the zone popping is actually going to pull towards them. So a hard shift over towards that eastern side, that's definitely going to make RTG and snipers happy in this situation. Meanwhile, everybody else that was in that center kind of have to go ahead and start making a little bit of a shift on over, and that means a lot of teams are going to be right on top of each other.
But it's good, especially as we know, you know, we've been talking about the points. We're going to keep on talking about the points. We're going to look to see just how many additional points, you know, these players will be able to secure for themselves, making their way on through. Also just on the bit of a rotate there, trying to make their way on. Haven't seen any kills being picked up from them just yet, so waiting to see whether or not that is going to be the case for them. But I mean, Falcons, we've seen an exceptional performance from. They are sitting on the top, on the first page of that leaderboard, not having played as many games just yet. So we're looking to see whether or not they can continue. But Fate definitely continuing the momentum that we've been seeing coming in from them here today.
But Ra'ad, they're actually super split. What happened here? They're so far away from each other. And because of that, all these teams are able to take them down. It's just Sadat left, currently getting a res onto one of them, but the other two members was taken away out from Hotline all the way over towards the eastern side. So they actually got kind of separated a little bit too far in this situation, and two different teams were able to do a lot of damage to them.
Ooh, I mean, so it's good to see iKURD. They've now condensed their huge split that they had. Well, not huge split, but the 2-2 split they had. But Ra'ad on the opposite end, as you mentioned. You know, getting on the wrong side of those angles. And, of course, now just getting absolutely demolished. Delhop now being the last hopeful for them as Kalaga now preps up that nade, sends it over, looking to pick up that last kill. And that is exactly what happens. Kalaga picks it up, sends Ra'ad back, and that is 4 easy kills so far for iKURD.
Nicely played coming in through them on at that point there. Unfortunately, I do think that round was a little bit too split apart. They ended up getting in 2 different fights as a 2-2, very far away from each other inside that zone. So they're going to be out. Hopefully they don't go on ahead and do that again in our last 2 games. But Sanhok, it is nice to go on ahead and get a lot of information with a split, especially with how small the zone is. But you also risk being caught out with how many teams there are. It is so small. There are so many teams everywhere now that you can't get away with it as much as you can on the other 2 maps. And it looks like GUNZ, they're currently on top of Cave Hill right now, and they spotted out iKURD, and they're doing a ton of damage to them.
Alright, so finding quite a few knocks onto the side there of iKURD, but you can see HOTLINE also just lying alongside GUNZ here. So, I mean, Hamodi needs to be pretty careful if he is to survive that surprise attack coming in potentially from HOTLINE. You can see iKURD, of course, now just regrouping. Oh, there we go. Mana strikes up in towards Lord. Beautiful, quick reaction there. Hamodi now coming up, but of Crossfire comes in. Mana gets knocked out in the process. Thanos right there behind him to provide that support, but it gets picked up as well. Rauf now just going through, cleaning up, making sure they can hang around a little while longer. While the zone, however, then shifts up in towards the north.
There's nobody inside of that zone. The only person closest to it was Flame from RTG, so nobody inside of this next zone, which is quite amusing and surprising actually on Sanhok. So a ton of people on the southern side are going to be in a big, huge fight. And as we can see, even on the western side, Falcons seem to be in a fight with another team as well. But first, these teams down here, they have to finish this up before they're going to hope to make a rotation on in. And, oh, was one of them GSG? They're going to have to do really well if they're going to hope to get on in there. Oh, but here we go. Falcons are, in fact, fighting a team, and it's actually Galaxy Racer.
Oh, there we go. So Galaxy Racer now gatekeeping the Falcons just ever so slightly, just trying to prevent them from getting up in it towards that zone. It's a little while longer, but in the meantime, Hamodi has been taken down. Rauf gets blown to smithereens, and the GUNZ team head back on in towards the lobby to wait for the Miramar map. But now HOTLINE, man, they're sitting on Mumbai, the final remaining player for them, of course. A little bit of a distance away from the zone. He does have that buggy to potentially use, but it is going to be a bit of a risky rotation to pull off. But I mean, just looking at the points so far, iKURD and Galaxy Racer are looking exceptionally strong so far in this match. Both teams sitting on 4 kills apiece. iKURD now turning their attention back up towards GSG as we got Bayat getting knocked out once again. Oh, then the last remaining player, well, no, one of the last remaining players here for GSG, as you can see, now caught out in the blue zone. The rest of the team, however, are managing to find a decent spot already in that zone, that being Rex and Osama. But here we go, Esrod and Helm in, now just rotating up a little bit further up in towards the zone. We got the sights just up ahead of them. Fate also lying in wait. So let's see. Oh, Wizard Tower comes into play. Will iKURD push on into this one and potentially try and get the shots in towards the sights?
At this point, they have to. They're on the very open side of the hill, so they need to be taking this fight. And as you can see, iKURD is able to get some knocks in the sight so far, but the rest of them are pushing even closer. And right now, it looks like there's still 3 up for iKURD, only 1 left up for sights. So let's see how they're going to be able to play this so far. Oh, 2 up for sights, I actually believe. Yep, there we go. Abood and...
Some exceptional plays coming in on Sanhok, and of course that is what we were expecting. We were waiting to see these teams just go absolutely ham, and that is what we're seeing on the side here of iKURD, already sitting on 5 kills, causing quite a bit of damage to sights, but sights, of course, holding their own against them, putting up a really good retaliation on that. And of course now Fate trying to push up further on towards the side of Galaxy Racer, picks up 2. Galaxy Racer now getting reduced down to 1. As you can see, Mr. F here now trying to make his way on in, but of course the snipers still holding on to that eastern side. We've got Fate just up ahead of him. It is going to be a bit of a challenge to get a good position in the zone. Fate gatekeeping them a little bit in this compound, but they also not just yet within that zone.
No, they still have a long way to go, and it looks like they're already still tossing a bunch of util to try and get further inside. So this nice hard shift up to the northern side, it does look like it is giving everybody a little bit of a run for their money. It is a difficult situation to come out of, and Fate was kind of in the position to hold out snipers, but some of them might be moving back up the hill to try and get a little bit of a better spot inside of this zone, because right now they are trying to hold snipers out, but they're not inside zone themselves.
Yeah, it is going to be quite the risky fight for these two to engage in that, of course, being the players from Fate and the snipers. But now Fate managing to just rotate back up in towards zone. Now just gatekeeping the snipers, trying to hold them off from getting up in towards that zone. Also looking to be potentially picking up a few kills along the way. As you can see, all the teams now just edge fighting. Arab GSG getting eliminated, but here we go. SCYTES now keeping their sights trained on the players from Galaxy Racer just up ahead of them. As you can see, the team now just trying to get back up into zone, securing a position. NJ now just trying to play, has taken quite a considerable amount of damage, but side feeling the pressure come in here from iKURD as well.
Well, a lot of knocks coming onto the sides of them. The rest of iKURD are going to continue to push forward. And actually, Snipers and Fate, whoever wins this fight here could go on ahead and change the leaderboard a lot. But unfortunately for Snipers, it looks like it's only one left. And he might be dying to blue, might be going for just a little bit of a healing situation there. And in the meantime, Galaxy Racer will also be taken out. Unfortunately, GSG was taken out. That was the team that we were kind of looking at to hopefully have a good game this time, but unfortunately not quite going to be able to do so. These other 8 teams are going to continue to duke it out though. Inside, if you're only one member of SCYTES now holding onto a little bit of a building, but even on this northern side, Real Tiger 9 with Falcons directly beside them, even if they win this fight here and they try to make a rotation straight into zone, we can see that they're going to be held out by even more teams. So this is definitely a dangerous situation to be in.
Yeah, it is going to be quite a tough one to fight in. And of course, I mean, just looking at the numbers we've got here, still 8 teams remain, 19 players remaining, an absolutely minute zone as everyone now starts to push on in. Falcons feeling the pressure as KWT now is the last hopeful, tries to heal, but gets taken out by a boot, just strafing in. Of course, now Real Tiger 9 also trying to make their play up on the edge of the zone. Ramk now being the last hopeful there. Abood also now trying to hold the fort just outside the zone, steps on in and seals it up. But of course, RTG being the team to pick up the kill there. Abood almost running into that nade. Of course, RTG now just playing a really strong position, holding up in the compound. Of course, as you can see, they're already sitting on 3 kills. iKURD, however, on the other side, sitting on 10 so far. SCYTES sitting on 7, so it's looking pretty good for SCYTES and iKURD in this game, as we now have 6 remaining teams. Just look at that, 11 knockdowns coming in for iKURD, and of course, almost 2,500 damage being caused there by the side of iKURD, but they are not going to be stopping anytime soon. As you can see, those shots now coming in here from Ragnar, trying to push on in, trying to make the play. RTG still sitting on 4 players alive, full squad. Let's see what is going to happen. Will they be able to secure this all the way through? iKURD still continuing their efforts, picking up yet another kill. Wow, RTG now trying to make a play up in the north, trying to push on in. Are they really trying to push into those angles? I mean, this has just been an absolutely insane game so far. But of course, well, we're having a bit of technical issues there. We'll be coming back with that right in the end. Of course, well, here we go straight back up into that as iKURD comes rushing into Fate, picking up the kills. Now it is SCYTES up against iKURD. iKURD still have 4 potential players, but they seal the deal, claiming up the chicken dinner there, sending SCYTES right back into the lobby. Absolutely phenomenal stuff coming in there from iKURD. And of course, I'm really impressed because it was also one of the teams in need of a chicken dinner.
Wow, yeah, you're right. That's so far going on ahead and stacking each other up. I was actually afraid there. I was like, wow, I wonder who's going to come up on top there on the southern side, because it was iKURD versus Fate. Both of them very strong teams, but we obviously know who came out on top, and we'll be able to see how that does in fact affect that leaderboard in a few minutes. We'll be right back.
it running faster and faster. I don't know what we're after yet. Thinking about if I saw you acting like you don't know me at all. I'm always checking my phone and you're happy being alone. And I got you on my mind. You're always on my mind.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia, the third super weekend. And of course, this is day 2. We just wrapped up our third match on Sanhok, where we saw the players from iKURD coming in with that chicken dinner, clutching it away and doing so in a beautiful fashion. It's really good to see the performances we are having from these teams coming in to today. And of course, we've been going on this other story as well as, you know, who still needs to bring in chicken dinners. And of course, the players from iKURD picking up their first chicken dinner in a super weekend.
Yep, we had 4 teams left that need to go on ahead and do so, and so far, all 3 games that we had today was a team that needed to do so, so now there's only 1 left. They have 2 more games left today to go on ahead and do so, 5 more tomorrow as well, but I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to grab that chicken today in our last 2 matches, because that's definitely something that I want to keep an eye out for, because, I mean, stuff like that definitely makes things exciting. It does kind of feel a little bit strange, like, oh man, I haven't gotten a chicken just yet. If all these teams go ahead and grab a chicken, that does wonders for like team morality in situations like that. So definitely looking forward to that. And another thing that I'd like to point out is those few teams that we've been looking at towards the bottom. So far, they're changing things up a lot. And let's take a look at that with just this game's match stats. iKURD Esports grabbing that first place spot, as we already said, 15 place points, 18 kill points, a total of 33 points. That's massive for iKURD. SCYTES coming in second, though, with 19 points. Fade Esports grabbing that third place spot with 14. RTG Esports in fourth with 12. The Snipers in fifth with 7. Real Tiger 9 and Galaxy Racer each grabbing 5 points total. And then RICO Infinity Team with that 8th spot with a total of 4 points, all from placement points, none from kill points actually for them in this situation.
Yeah, it was a pretty hairy fight that we saw across the board coming in, but of course, you know, we're going to be looking to see exactly how the teams are going to be performing in this final 2 matches as we now move on to our second page. We've got the HOTLINE Esports over in 9th, also sitting on 4 points. Arab GSG in 10th on 3. GUNZ also on 3 points, but in 11th place. We got Alpha also sitting there on 3 points in 12th place. Raad in 13th on 2. NASR in 14th on 2. Falcons in 15th on 1. And YaLLa in 16th on 1. So every team at least being able to pick up points in this game. So that is a good game. But of course, you know, as we move up in towards our total damage, you can see iKURD just breaking through, coming in with 3,330 damage, converting 18 kills from that. And looking at the rest of the players, I mean, no one else was even able to break 1,000.
No, but at this point, all these teams were able to get kind of an equal fights at this point. I mean, Fate with 990, RTG 908, 893 for SCYTES. All these teams kind of ran into... all of them ran into fights on Sanhok, which I'm not surprised about. We're definitely not surprised about that. Sanhok is the map where the majority of these teams will in fact run into each other. And taking a look at our highlights here as well, there's just so many opportunities, so many situations where there are just so many knocks and third parties coming into play.
Yeah, and I mean, iKURD really stepping it up in this match. You know, they just broke the mold. They didn't even bother to make a new one. They were just like, you know what, we're going to show you what we've got. We're going to show you our level of gameplay, and they definitely stepped up on through that. Of course, we saw quite a few interesting plays coming in through this game. Of course, this split up from Raad was a very detrimental play for them. I mean, of course, in true Sanhok fashion, these snake plays is coming on in, but it didn't really work out too great for the players there from HOTLINE. The GUNZ were just able to hold their own against them.
Yeah, at first I was really hoping that GSG was going to be able to just sweep that southern side and then get into zone, and unfortunately they were able to take out GUNZ, but when they were trying to get inside zone, at that point there's just so many people to hold them out that they weren't able to go further, because at this point it really is just down to a few teams towards that 16th place that marks who's going to go on ahead qualify for finals and who's not. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we get into total overall standings as of right now, but in Sanhok, just everybody, he just turns around that 1 second, right? He's shooting at someone up the hill and then he hears a vehicle and he turns around. There's just people absolutely everywhere that you kind of have to be rotating around at all times to make sure all of your sight lines are covered.
I mean, iKURD, they just played this match so aggressively. I mean, look at the amount of damage they were able to cause. We mentioned this already. 3,330 damage, only recovering 895, bringing in 33 points and 18 kills to go in alongside that. But another interesting thing to note about iKURD is through that whole map, they did not lose a single player.
That really marks it. For on Sanhok, you usually expect a team to go on ahead and at least lose 1 or 2, especially at the end of the game there, but they did not. When we had that little bit of a lag situation, the last thing we saw is iKURD directly beside Fate on the southern side, and the only team on the northern side was really closer to iKURD. I really thought that we were going to come back and see iKURD just being completely ripped apart, but no, we came back and it was iKURD doing the ripping, so they're still able to come out of that situation basically unscathed, winning the game, and that's huge on Sanhok. So they had really good communication, really good gameplay, team play, chain fighting all the way through on that Sanhok match. So that was really well played by them. It kind of makes me curious where everybody else is taking a look at. Maybe terrain did in fact come into play.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just insane to look at the amount of times that they got knocked out in that past match. You know, iKURD, every now and again you see a knock come in and then they race back up and off they go. And, you know, it's like they were absolutely relentless in this past match. And of course, you know, finishing off on a 33-pointer, that just comes to show how relentless they were. They did that with 4 players alive. Insane stuff. But of course, we're going to be looking at towards Miramar next to see how the teams are going to try and bounce back for the second last time today. The last time, of course, over on Miramar. So if we just look at what we saw in the previous Miramar game, we had, of course, the players from Fate, RICO Infinity, Galaxy Racer, and Alpha Legends finishing really strong in the past game, right? The past Miramar game. So this could again be that opportunity for them to come back once more, bring in that performance, bring in that OP just style of gameplay to secure those points once again. But of course, essentially, we're going to be looking towards the 2 teams that are now just back and forth in the overall standings. Of course, we'll be getting into the overalls, but now, I mean, Snipers and Arab GSG, those are the 2 teams that are going to be deciding which one of them will be the one to move through. I mean, that's based on today. Yes, of course, we still have 5 games coming into tomorrow, but if they are able to set themselves up decently into today, they don't have to worry about it as much when going into tomorrow's games.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the overall points shortly, just to specifically say so, because it really just comes down to those 2, because, well, we'll take a look at that when we get there, honestly. But as of right now, GUNZ still in first, 439 points. RICO Infinity team grabbing second spot with 337. RTG, 304. Alpha Legends in fourth with 300. NASR Esports in fifth with 298. SUDOR Esports in sixth, still 269. iKURD in seventh, now 255. FalconsEsport grabbing that 8th place spot, still 253. And we can see RTG Esports is the last team that needs to go on ahead and grab a chicken for all the teams in this last Super Weekend to actually have chicken. And then coming into the second page shortly, we'll be able to talk about just the difference coming into that 16th versus 17th place.
Yeah, I mean, it is so far looking to be pretty neck and neck, looking pretty challenging just across the board for all these teams. But I mean, looking at GUNZ's stats there, they're 3 kills away from breaking into 200 kills as we move into the second page. The sides sitting in 9th place there on 243. We got YaLLa in 10th on 215. We got HOTLINE in 11th on 200. We got Real Tiger 9 in 12th on 198. We got Galaxy Racer in 13th on 187. Ra'ad in 14th on 162. Fate in 15th on 157. And of course the Snipers then, as mentioned, sitting in 16th place on 109. But what's also interesting to note is the players from Galaxy Racer, right? They've been in 13th place for quite some time. We haven't seen them move out of 13th for, I think, since last Super Weekend. They've been just in that spot. And of course now, that last page, this is Arab GSG, currently 10 points behind the players there from Snipers. So definitely going to be looking to see whether or not Arab GSG is going to try and make that comeback, going to try and make that play. It's going to be a pretty tough one for them.
Well, speaking about Galaxy Racer and their position, they're currently the second highest team that has the lowest amount of games played. The first one being FalconsEsport. They only have 23 games played, and they're currently in 8th place. They're still that high because after just one Super Weekend, I believe they had like 198 total points, which is absolutely insane just for one Super Weekend. So they're still holding on. But then Galaxy Racer, this is their second Super Weekend as well. So they also only have 23 games played, and they have a total of 187. The team above them is only 10 points away, and they have 15 more games under their belt. So that difference in itself is pretty impressive. And then we were just talking about towards that lower end. First of all, Snipers and RGSG, they're kind of the two teams that are going to be going back and forth. They're the ones we're keeping an eye on, only a 10-point difference, because at that point, the team in 15th place, they're 50 points away from the team below them. So unless Snipers or GSG is able to catch up to Fate at this point, I do think it's just a game between the Snipers and GSG. So I mean, it'll be interesting to see what, if any of those teams are gonna start doing something, I don't want to call it desperate, but maybe like extreme plays potentially against each other.
I can tell you it's definitely going to be interesting either which way we go about this. I mean, it's going to be neck and neck. I mean, 10 points, it's not much, you know? So, but of course, if we don't see consistent points, at least the placement they want to finish off in at least is anywhere from 7th upwards. You know, finishing the match in 7th, because that's where they get more than one placement point. So 7, they still get 2 placement points, and then of course any additional kills that they are able to bring in alongside that will obviously, you know, assist them greatly. But now they got to try and look at, right, they haven't been able to bring in the craziest amount of kills. I mean, Snipers currently sitting on 47 kills overall, right? Arab GSG sitting on 35. So that's not the craziest amount. I mean, the next numbers up from that is sitting on 80 or 76. So yeah, we'll see, of course, how that is going to happen when we jump in towards our Miramar map now to see exactly what the teams have in a store for us, and hoping to see those final few amazing plays come in across the board. But, well, as we all know, it is born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your game on a much loved Reno 5 series, and that is what we're going to wait to see. Just how much of a gamer mode will these teams be bringing in this second Miramar map?
This actually looks like a very similar plane path compared to our last Miramar game, so it looks like everybody might be able to go to the same locations once again. I'm kind of curious just to see if we're going to get a drastically different first zone. Now I'm definitely hoping to get a different zone, because that is what is, in my opinion, interesting to watch. Everybody trying to have to figure out a new rotation to get inside the zone and what compounds they consider the best ones inside of the new one. So maybe down to the south, maybe very far over to the west. We'll see it in just a few moments. But since this zone is very similar to the last one, we think we should already know that this is going to be a pretty peaceful looting phase.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the peaceful looting. Wouldn't really be expecting the teams to, you know, get super aggressive in the early game. If the opportunity presents itself, sure, right? But I mean, we want to see the teams kind of use those calculated maneuvers. And already if we look over towards San Martin, things could be quite interesting as the Snipers come in with a little bit of a split, pretty close to the players there from YaLLa, but of course RICO Infinity right there alongside them.
Yeah, it looks like a few of these teams might be a little bit closer in this situation. Maybe because it was the same playing path, they decided to go to a little bit of a different location. Because as you can see, this first phase is actually very, very close to our first one on Miramar. A little bit further to the southern side, but otherwise still centering closely around San Martin. All these teams probably picking up on that, dropped a little bit closer.
Yeah, and of course, right out the gate, we see RICO Infinity and the snipers. Oh, there we go. NASR now stepping in, claiming that confirm. And of course, now, well, Sniper's not out of it just yet. They did lose a player, but now they also turn their attention over towards the straggler they were able to pick up there from YaLLa. So a little bit of a spread, but of course, we're expecting things to calm it down a considerable bit from here moving forward.
I'm a little bit concerned for Marco now. I can see another member of YaLLa already pushing up on top of planes. I wonder if he can just wait for the rest of his team to come up from San Martin. And if that's the case, where are the rest of the snipers? I feel like Marco might need to go on ahead and start fleeing. Just taking a look at that. Look, YaLLa ID there. Oh, he's ready and just waiting for Marco to go on ahead and reveal himself.
Yeah, Ida's just sitting there lying in wait, just waiting for that opening to come. You can hear, of course, Marco moving around just on the opposite side there. But I mean, this is pure stealth mode coming in there from Ida. Just lying in ambush, waiting to see what's going to happen. We've got Powerful also just a little bit further down the hill. But I mean, Ida is just waiting for the moment. Oh, deciding to disengage a little bit, rotating back down again. So that, of course, I believe was a little bit of a saving grace there for Marco. So we could see the players there now just making a little bit of a longer play as Ida is now pushing back up to the rest of the team. But Snipers off to, I wouldn't say a bad start, but it wasn't the most ideal start for them.
I have a feeling maybe the rest of YaLLa just pulled back because his teammates weren't coming. They're just like, nah, we're not going to deal with that. Just come back and loot so we can just leave in this situation. So he just pulled on back, going back to the safety of the rest of his teammates, especially since he had waited for so long. They don't know where the rest of snipers are, so that's definitely a potentially dangerous fight to take. So pulling off of that at that point, definitely the smart play. And taking a look at here, ArabGSG, this is one of the teams that we already said we're keeping an eye on. They're currently the ones that's kind of in that little flipping point in 17th place. So, and it looks like they dropped super far on this northern side. So I'm curious to see where exactly they're going to choose to play out of coming into this first circle.
Yeah, I mean, for them, it's going to be absolutely crucial to find a good position. If they can set themselves up and have a strong position to either hold or defend from, that would be amazing for them. But of course, now we wait to see exactly how that will unfold and if, in fact, they will be able to find a decent position to move into.
Looks like SCYTES also grabbing Oasis. This is on the far, far northern side. So it does look like a bunch of these teams were able to just grab vehicles and make rotation to wherever they found safe to be able to loot on up. And SCYTES chose Oasis. I was thinking that the only team this far up was going to be like a Cobreria. But now Oasis, we saw another team at, what was it, Campo Militar, somewhere up there, Tierra Branca. But it seems like they're not alone. And actually, speaking of Cobb, here comes Ra'ad. They're the ones that are making a rotation out of that, already picking up a bunch of vehicles. It'll be interesting to see if they're, in fact, going to be the ones running into SCYTES on that northern side. Or maybe SCYTES, because of them being here, maybe they won't have as many vehicles. So we'll keep an eye on this in this situation. And there's very few teams on the northern side compared to the south. So I wonder if they're going to be able to grab good spots near each other. And it looks like YaLLa might be trying to revisit the snipers.
Well, they now see Zaid rolling on in. Powerful, of course, quickly stepping up, trying to just tap in a quick few hits there, but of course not really committing to that just yet. Instead, just putting the shots in so he's got that opportunity to move away and move up into a stronger position. As you can see, Ida, of course, now keeping a very watchful eye there on Zaid. Spots him out, puts a little bit of a spray in. Fortunately, Zaid is you know, right there on some hard cover, so is able to, of course, just quickly retreat back up in towards that. So definitely going to be looking to see the positional play come in from the teams here. I mean, that is going to be absolutely crucial. We know the snipers are in need of points. They need to try and secure their hold on that leaderboard. Currently, they are in a good spot, but of course, well, it's not over just yet.
No, definitely not. I was just interested to see YaLLa going back for a little bit of a peek up at planes, because you'd think that they'd actually, if they were really wanting to take that, they'd take it when they knew that there was potentially only one person there. But waiting that long, obviously, we saw for ourselves, all of the snipers, all 3 of them actually took planes. So a little bit too late. And now we're visiting a bunch of other teams that seem to have found their own places inside of this zone to play out of them. One of them being RTG Esports, playing in Hasi so far. This is the last team that needs to go and grab a chicken, isn't it?
Yeah, RTG is the team we're going to be looking to see if they can even out the scores, bring in their own chicken dinner for the Super Weekends. But of course, it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge as, well, there's so many teams to contend with in this match. Everyone's still playing for that position, just trying to make sure they've got sufficient loot, scouting every now and again just to make sure the coast is clear. They don't want to get third party just yet. But of course now, the Arab GSG team, as we can see here now, rolling with the McLaren in the desert in perfect style, as one would expect on Miramar, as we got Osama and Bayat now just rolling on through. That is not a sound I would ever think to hear on a Miramar map.
Potentially, but they're one of the teams that are coming in on this northern side that we know has less people. They ended up dropping far away from anybody up in Torre up there, and it looks like they might be able to grab those compounds that are up on top of that hill on that northern water treatment side, and a perfect movement from them. If they get up there in time, they'll be able to scout a little bit further because the zone is about to pop once again. So hopefully they'll be able to grab some vision, and they're definitely going to need to use it because the zone is not on top of them. It pulls down to the southeastern side, so right beside Hasi. So RTG is probably definitely happy with the turn of this zone, grabbing those compounds directly beside Hacienda.
Yeah, and of course now that zone, it's going to be a bit of a tricky one. Not the most intricate terrain to be playing on. There is a few open fields, so definitely going to look to see whether or not the players will be trying to position themselves in that. But of course, we'll be seeing more of that as we get closer to those late few phases. Ra'ad, on the meantime, now just trying to rotate up as well, just traveling alongside the zone, not yet committing to, well, not deciding rather to move in on the western side, but could be wrapping around up in towards the north. Falcons now trying to get a few shots up in towards the players who are now coming past them, that of course being one of the players there from RTG. But this is also not a bad angle for the players from Falcons to be in.
No, in fact, this is one of the compounds that I'd want at this point. The other compound being the one directly to the north of them. That's the one I expected RTG Esports to potentially move to. But really, it's only a 2-story and a 1-story, so they probably don't want to move just yet. In the next zone shift, if it's going to continue on in that direction, I'd expect them to rotate out of Hasi to take that. But right now, maybe it'd be better to take Hasi. That way they can be a little bit more spread up on top of these hills and take a ton more fights. See, Marshall actually, it looks like he's kind of thinking about it and what he's going to do, but they're still going to be playing out of Hacienda for now, just to get a little bit more information with a little bit of a higher view site. And speaking of higher view site, wow, it looks like Real Tiger 9 decided to jump up on top of the plateaus, and they can kind of spot out Alpha Legends directly to their north.
Yeah, oh, and of course now, you know, it's difficult to make a call on those positional plays, because I mean, you when you don't know who's there, especially if you haven't sent out a scout just yet, and if you are rotating and you got to decide whether or not you're going to commit to that or maybe retreat if there happens to be someone there. But I mean, yeah, positional play. Players here from Real Tiger 9 taking up this angle, keeping a very watchful eye on the side there of Alpha, but Alpha playing this one well. I mean, just using that hard cover to stay hidden, managing to recover some health before continuing to potentially maybe move on a little bit forward. As you can see, Kaito now just popping his head up. Chaos now also just not too far away, and we can see, of course, the SUDOR now rotating up as well, just heading a little bit further away. So a good call coming in from Alpha, but now, of course, we wait to see how they're going to play this one once we see this next zone shift coming in.
First, it looks like more towards our more towards our Picado location. RICO Infinity team and iKURD are going to spot each other out, and it looks like it's going to be a knock on iKURD's side, but they're so far away that they're going to be able to get that res and potentially grab their vehicles and continue on the rotation. But unlike them, GSG and Rod now in a huge fight. GSG need to go ahead and do well in this fight.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be absolutely essential for them to pick up any points they can find. Raad now sending out a few utils, but of course now having 3 of the 4 players knocked out already. As you can see now, Sadat trying to make that play. We got Mr. F here from GSG trying to step it up. Beautiful nade coming in to knock him out. Sadat finding it absolutely on point, but here we go. Sadat now tries to make the play, finds the one spray in towards GSG. There we go, getting that knock in. Sadat now the final player for the team, but of course it is not over for GSG as Osama is trying to swoop in to save the day. Cooking up those utils, getting ready to send it on over. Sends the first one off. Will he pick up the kills? Oh, gets one. 1 down, 2 to go. Sadat now trying to secure himself just a little while longer. You can see Osama now just playing those nades, missing the window. Very fortunate play for Sadat. But of course, now he is moving up into the window, getting ready to peek. There goes yet another one inside. Ooh. Finds a considerable amount of damage already in towards Sadat. So this is where we wait to see whether or not GSG is going to try and get aggressive into this current situation. But of course, now they're prioritizing the reses of their teammates, just using some ideal angles to do that in. Osama now going in for yet another res on towards Rex. We got Mr. F now just quickly ripping around there. Sadat moving back up inside. F moving up. Oh, nice knock coming in once again from Sadat. But here we go. GSG. They've got numbers back up. Osama gets picked on up. This is now up to Rex. Oh, he just got rezzed up and now he's quickly trying to recover health. Doesn't want to get knocked out. This wouldn't be the most ideal position. But Sadat just holding his own against the side here of GSG. But Rex now cooking up the nade, getting ready to send it in. Sends it in the window. Doesn't find the damage. But of course, Sadat now looking for a little bit more of ammo, a little bit more meds. Just to continue this fight. He wants to try and wrap it up and find those last few shots in towards Rex. Sends off a little bit of util. Doesn't go as planned. But of course, now up comes the blue zone as well, forcing their hand. They now need to make the decision here. Are they going to try and send down towards each other? We got Mr. F about to succumb to blue. Down he goes. Rex now coming up to the window. Sadat still keeping his eyes trained on that spot. Doesn't want to give it up just yet. But of course, now it's going to come down to who's going to be the first one to find the shots. Will it be Sadat? Oh, takes quite a bit of damage. The blue zone is in play. Yeah. Oh, down he goes. Oh, man. That is so unfortunate.
Osama turned around at just the wrong time for Sadat to shoot him in the back. And at that point, Sadat was able to do really well for a 1v3 situation there. But GSG was the team that honestly needed to win that fight more. But, I mean, they ended up winning, but at what cost? They only have one person left now taking a lot of blue damage. I don't think that was successful whatsoever.
Yeah, that was it's a bit of a tough call. I mean, either way, you can't really blame them. We understand the situation they're in. We know that they're trying to make the best play that they could possibly do. But I mean, yeah, sometimes it is just so difficult to make a good call that benefits you. But of course, you know, speaking about calls, we now wait to see where the teams are going to try and rotate up in it towards this next phase. We see iKURD now quickly picking up those kills on towards the snipers, but the zone is shifted further down south. Quite a few teams still positioned in the north, as you can see, YaLLa being one of those, and of course the GUNZ right there alongside them.
Yeah, this zone is such a hard shift down on top of Minas that honestly anybody up here should just be making a rotation immediately. And it looks like GUNZ kind of figured that out. YaLLa taking a considerable amount of blue damage right now inside this phase 4. So they're also grabbing vehicles and trying to make a little bit of a move. And of course, I love to see it. GUNZ Esports, they don't have entire knowledge of what's happening down to the southern side. They've been up here on the north this entire time, so they need to kind of stop, take it a little bit slow and start scouting on in to make sure that they're not going to be rotating into somewhere very dangerous. So they're going to take it slow on inside of this new zone, which is definitely the correct play.
Yeah, of course. Now, the shot's still flying up in towards last. That is not the most ideal position to get into a vehicle. But now as we jump back on up towards the players here from Alpha. You can see those shots coming on through Kaito. Now trying to hold up the front as the rest of his team now just gets absolutely demolished at the side there of Real Tiger 9. Of course, Galaxy Racer still in play position, smack dab center zone alongside the players here from Alpha. And, well, we see a few more teams in the vicinity, but things are going to be pretty tough as Real Tiger 9 continues with their shots down on towards the side there of Alpha. But you can just see it, those hits coming in. GUNZ getting a few knocks in towards them as well, but everyone now still continuing to push on up in towards the zone. Alpha trying to hold on as long as they can. Haven't been able to pick up any kills just yet, so they're definitely looking to find a little bit of something along the way. But Real Tiger making it so difficult for them.
Yeah, he didn't have that much cover there, so he was able to be spotted out and taken down. And I mean, that's just the result of a bunch of these guys trying to just send it into Minas at this point. This zone shifting so far down to the southern side that everybody kind of just had to send it at this point. But now it looks like Alpha Legends, the last two of them seem to be a bit comfortable. Meanwhile, GUNZ, they ended up making a big rotation into a new enemy. And that, of course, is going to be RICO Infinity Team. And here we go, the big fight coming through. And it looks like, meanwhile, Arab GSG gets taken out, but so does GUNZ. There we go. GUNZ Esports is now eliminated as well.
Yeah, that's a very unfortunate play there for the players from Arab GSG to get taken out so early in this game. They didn't really get into a good position where they were able to acquire really a placement point awarding slot, right? If we can put it that way. But of course now, the carnage just continues. As you can see, the sites now also getting eliminated. But here we go. Back towards the players here from RICO Infinity, NASR, Alpha, and Galaxy Racer, all now just fighting for a position, trying to secure a good angle in this Minas Generales. And of course, this, well, from the center to the western portion of this map is just jam-packed with players. Fate and YaLLa on the opposite end, though, they've got it quite comfortable. They can just sit back and try and pick off any of the teams over on this western side. But now that zone shifting up to the north onto the mountains. Wow, this is going to be a really tough one, and I wouldn't be surprised if it works in favor of Real Tiger 9. They are up on the mountain, good angle. Now they just need to secure it.
The only thing that could potentially be negative for them is if everybody starts just watching them. But the thing is, there's still so many people inside of the zone that they're definitely going to be focused on whoever's in front of them, not above them. So Real Tiger 9, they have a beautiful positioning here right now. So they need to go ahead and play this to the best of their abilities and start third-partying absolutely everything that they can. It will be a little bit difficult to do that on the southern side, though, where the majority of these teams are, just because of how many buildings and ridges that there are down here in Minas.
Yeah, I mean, this portion of the map is so tough to play. I mean, you got the mountains, you got this complex setup already here in Minas. I mean, wow, this is going to be an absolutely brutal game for these teams. Of course, now YaLLa trying to make their play on in from this eastern side. Fate now just up ahead of them, trying to set up a bit of a gatekeep, trying to wait for them in ambush. But of course, the north also looking fairly tough as we got the players there from HOTLINE trying to move on in. But Fate now just trying to gain that extra bit of awareness, trying to just get the lay of the land, assess where the teams are in the vicinity. And of course, now YaLLa, powerful, steps up, says to them, we are right here. Doing so with a few shots flying over in towards Isawi there. But Ragnarok, who we saw some OP plays coming from in the previous Miramar visit. Let's see whether or not he'll be able to pull it off once again, as YaLLa is now applying that pressure. They're trying to push up quite aggressively into a zone, and Real Tiger just positioned off in the distance there, just third-partying every fight they can see.
Yeah, at this point, it's so beneficial for them to push up onto Fate. YaLLa needs to take this spot directly underneath this plateau at this point. I mean, Real Tiger 9, they're not on top of this plateau anymore. They ended up condensing on the one further to the western side. But if they're able to push up this and grab this for themselves, that's going to be huge for them. And it might actually put some contention onto Real Tiger 9. So whoever wins this over here is it's going to be big for them. So, and it looks like so far Fate at least has the manpower, but YaLLa is still holding on.
I mean, Fate, they've been playing absolutely exceptional today. You know, they weren't sitting in the best position coming into today, but they've just been going all out trying to secure those points. And so far, they've been doing that on a consistent basis. I mean, yeah, big ups to them. Absolutely impressed with how they've been able to handle themselves today. But just looking at the zone, it is going to be absolutely insanely tough to get into. As you can see, NASR and, of course, RTG on that far side fighting it out. And, of course, well, still, Fate and YaLLa going back and forth, but both teams now need to get in towards the zone, and it is shifted up in favor of Real Tiger 9 once again. But here we go, Fate Ragnarok steps up, gets knocked out. Lace now steps up, picks up Powerful in the process. Loka gets taken down, and YaLLa gets sent into the lobby. Fate just managing to scrape through on this one, but of course they are not out of the woods just yet, as we see Real Tiger still slowly but steadily tapping away. And of course, here we go as they jump straight on into HOTLINE. Mambe drives himself into the lobby. And of course, Real Tiger 9, just holding on exceptionally well as they wrap it up with Omar as well.
Wow, so many teams being eliminated up here on this northern side. And even Fate, unfortunately, losing one person inside of that fight. They still have a long way to go. And it looks like RTG are, in fact, not going to get their first chicken because they're just going to be eliminated right there. There's still four, actually, teams in the center, on the southern side of the zone. And it looks like Fate is joining them down on the southern side of this plateau compared to Real Tiger 9 as well. So all these teams now are going to get in a huge fight. Right now, Galaxy Racer kind of that holding point for two teams directly to the southern side, but Fate is coming really close.
Yeah, they are tempting Fate in this rotation as they are moving closer and closer. And of course, right there to greet them is the team from RICO Infinity, but of course, Galaxy Racer just waiting to come in with those third parties. You can see the shots now finding their way on through. Also, we got Chaos from Alpha just hanging around right behind them. 6 teams now left to fight it out for this chicken dinner. Fate on a 3-man team. 3 remaining players, but of course now Ragnar steps up to challenge Chaos, and it is a chaotic turn of events as Chaos now just rips it through them, sending RICO Infinity back into the lobby. Galaxy Racer still in the running, continuing to push on forward. They haven't found any kills just yet. 0 points so far for them in this match. They are one of the top 5 teams position-wise, but let's see, will they be able to get it done? Will they be able to pick anything up? As of course now Real Tiger 9 just going absolutely boss mode, picking up 7 kills so far already, 11 knocks, 12 knocks now, and almost on the 2500 damage. Don't expect them to back down anytime soon. That zone, of course, now making it a little bit challenging for them, moving up in a little bit of a tough spot. But of course, now the nades come in as well. Miracle getting knocked out, sends one over towards Surprise. Surprise already managing to get off of the mountain to set up a good anchor point in this coming zone. But now we wait to see whether or not Surprise will be able to pick up those last few shots onto the side of Hassan and find those heads. But of course, now Batika also just pushing further in. But Ramp keeping his eye relentlessly onto the side of Fate.
I was going to say this is in fact huge for Real Tiger 9 that they have Surprise down to the southern side, because right when the zone shifted I was concerned. I was like, uh-oh, they have to figure out their way down and everybody might be watching them, but Surprise already being able to make a move. At least he has a little bit of a foothold. That means the rest of his team will be able to stay up on top of the mountain just a little bit longer, continuing to take these fights. And Surprise, though, he has to play this carefully. We saw him get a knock into one of the NASR members, but there's still 2 up. The res ended up coming through, so yeah, back into the hard cover for him. A little bit more cover for themselves, as it looks like Alpha Legends are helping him out, getting a knock into NASR as well.
Oh, I mean, a Real Tiger 9, they are just controlling this northern zone. So far, in fact, I mean, they're almost controlling the entire zone just based off of their position. But of course, now Miracle not going to let them get away with that just yet. Sends up a nade, trying to find a little bit of damage. Doesn't pick it up just yet. But of course, now we see Volt here moving in. Picks up the kill there onto our son. Miracle now finds the shot in towards Volt. But Real Tiger 9, again, with that dominating play, just seals it off. And of course, now we've got 3 teams left to fight it out. It is Fate, it is Galaxy Racer, and it is the side there of Real Tiger. I mean, Fate sitting on 4 points, Galaxy sitting on 0, and of course the players from Real Tiger sitting on 10 kills for this match. Absolutely strong performance there from Real Tiger. And that is what we needed to see. We needed to see a strong play coming in.
I mean, them just being able to play up on top of those plateaus, they're just able to control everything. Like, even the fight between Galaxy Racer and Fate, Real Tiger 9 were just able to peek on over and actually do all of the damage. So Galaxy Racer, unfortunately not having any kills just yet, but they might be able to have the better position. We can see here the zone did in fact shift again. I do think it's over more towards Surprise and Volt for Real Tiger 9 here, but they currently have one... Oh no! They were able to get the res onto Volt. Okay, so it's officially down to a 4v4. Galaxy Racer definitely more trapped. If they're able to wait a tiny bit longer, the last two members from Real Tiger 9 will have to push down. But no, MJ, a little bit too impatient to wait for that, is going to get knocked.
Oh, I mean, the reactions, though, coming in here from Real Tiger 9, absolutely on point. Because see Ramp now trying to get down the mountain. Will he make it? Yes. So, oh, no, well,
Nope.
Gets knocked. That's okay. That's okay. As the players from Galaxy Racer now sitting also with one knocked player on their side. Now trying to pick up the last few shots up towards Jigsaw. But this could be the best bait play we've seen in a while, as they're now focusing still on that position up on the mountain. They're waiting in anticipation to see whether or not Real Tiger is going to try and jump down. But this would be the opportunity for Real Tiger to strike in towards Galaxy Racer. As you can see, just off of the silhouettes there, they are all just fixated on a position where we don't see Real Tiger. So this, again, is Real Tiger. They are in ambush. They are lying in wait, waiting for that moment to strike. Of course, now Surprise breaking the element of surprise, but a quick reaction picks up the shot in towards Await. Now this is where the players from Galaxy Racer have an absolute challenging position to get in from. This is where they're going to have to put up a super aggressive play as they come rushing out. And Tiger just sitting there waiting to pick up the pieces, pick up the kills. And in doing so, picking up that chicken dinner. Absolutely phenomenal stuff.
I agree, and we'll be able to talk a little bit more about that, what we saw after a short break. We will be back.
welcome back. It is PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. Super weekend time, and of course the teams are going crazy. We saw Real Tiger 9 in our Miramar map, the fourth one of the day. Just going absolutely ham, picking up the chicken dinners there. And of course, that positional play there from them, Span, was absolutely just... that was insane. I mean, I think that's what kind of won them the game.
Oh, it definitely is. And usually I feel like those plateaus aren't usually inside of the zone super late. So it's kind of a positioning that they're able to play off of before moving down into that northern side of Minas. But since it was kept going up there, they were able to stay up there for a long time and do a ton of damage, able to participate in almost all of the fights that happened around them. So that's what racked up their kills. And then an awesome fight between them and Galaxy Racer in the end. I feel like it shouldn't have actually wrapped out that way, but they were still able to go on ahead and claim that chicken dinner for themselves.
Yeah, well done, well-deserved chicken there for the side of Real Tiger 9. But of course, we again saw some strong players. I mean, Galaxy Race, as you mentioned, they finished up there. We got Fate, we got NASR, all right up there in those final few phases. So definitely bringing in those points. And of course, let's look over towards the stats just to see exactly where the teams placed after this match. Of course, Real Tiger 9 up in pole position, 29 points, 1 kill away from breaking into a 30 bomb. And of course, the players there from Fate Esports over in second place on 14 points, but NASR in third place also sitting on 14 points. Galaxy Racer then in fourth there on 13. We got Alpha Legends in 5th on 11 points. We got RICO, Infinity, and the players from RTG acquiring 9 points apiece. Of course, that in 6th and 7th place. And YaLLa Esports over in 8th on 4.
Then in 9th is FalconsEsport with a total of 3 points. Actually, again, tied. GSG grabbing 3 as well. And are odd with 3 too, both of which grabbed those points from kills. HOTLINE Esports in 12th with 2. And then SCYTES, GUNZ, iKURD, and Snipers each being able to grab 1 point apiece for that last match. And just take a look at the damage and the kills that Real Tiger 9 were able to do in that last game. I am not surprised whatsoever that they were able to do 39-43 damage, because they're on top of those plateaus. They could see everything, shoot absolutely everything. And I'm not surprised by that total.
Yeah, they were almost shooting people on Erangel from where they were positioned. I mean, just looking at that amount of damage they've done, that's like less than one player's health away from 4,000 damage. That'd be the equivalent of 40 kills. I mean, that is insane. Insane stuff. And of course, you know, as we jump into the highlights, we can see some of the insanity that unfolded on this previous match. And I mean, I gotta say, this was a really good play though, coming in from GSG in the beginning of the match. This fight that they had here with Raad, well, nicely done.
I think it was a little bit more of a success for Sadat in that last fight there, being able to take that 1v3 massively, actually. I mean, in the end, he was taken down by Blue Zone from a lot of damage, but he was able to take down 2 more members after they got rezzed. So it was a huge showing for both Sadat and GSG in the end. But unfortunately, that meant GSG were able to win that fight with only one person left up. And when they rotated on in, they were taken out pretty early on.
I mean, it was just looking at how the zone closed in on where it finished off. I mean, so many challenging angles for that a lot of these teams found themselves in. I mean, NASR caught down below, but again, the Tigers, the Real Tigers, just perched up on top there, just playing an absolutely phenomenal game. And as we saw, an excessively damage-heavy match for them.
And even here, I feel like maybe if Galaxy Racer were able to make a rotation a tiny bit earlier, maybe use smokes to get and grab that one story after they realized that there's only 2 up, maybe they could have turned it around for themselves. But I mean, just take a look at that damage for Real Tiger 9. Ramp 1066, 5 kills, 2639 survive time. Volts with 106, 100, sorry, 1006, there we go. And Jigsaw with 1101. And then of course, one member of Alpha Legends was able to make it up there on top of that top player list as well.
Yeah, and it's good to see Alpha Legends come in. As you've said in one of the previous matches, you know, they are a fairly aggressive team with regards to kills and damage, and we've seen that on their stats before, and it's no surprise to see Chaos up there. I mean, Chaos is really capable of handling himself. We've seen the gun skill come in, we've seen those plays. So yeah, well done, well-deserved positions, of course, for all 4 players that we managed to see on up in there. But we are now getting ready to move into the stats for Real Tiger. You know, we saw that 4,000 damage coming in there from them, and of course they only needed to recover 861 health, bringing in 29 points and 14 kills overall. But that has just been absolutely insane. I mean, like, that just shows you how good that position was for them, and just how much they benefited off of that. I mean, that's insane.
It really is. So being able to come off of there, I was a little bit worried that they were staying up on that plateau a little bit too long. I mean, even the part where they were literally like barely on top of the plateau there, I was concerned. I was like, wow, I don't know if they're going to be able to actually get down here. If Galaxy Racer spots them out, they'll be shot down. And I mean, we saw one go for the jump. He ended up getting knocked when he went down. The other one was in fact spotted out, and at that point it was a 4v2, and I was like, well, that's it for Real Tiger 9. They had a good run up there on top of the plateau, being able to take at least a ton of kills, but here comes Galaxy Racer. They're going to go ahead and go up for a big sweep, but then that wasn't it whatsoever. They were able to get a res onto their down teammates. So then it was a 3v4, and then all they had to do was hold that very small choke point that Galaxy Racer, that was the only place for them to make some sort of rotation on in. So I really thought it was going south for Real Tiger 9 towards the end there, but they were able to still get the chicken, so it wasn't a bad idea for them to stay up there as long as they did. So it kind of made me put a sock in my mouth, I guess.
Yeah, but so what I really appreciated from that play coming in from Real Tiger in this last phase was the way they decided to get off of that mountain. All right, they didn't hang around at the top and then everyone at the same time go right and jump. Right, so they send their players down one by one, but doing so in such a way that Galaxy Racer was not able to spot that. Right, so they had their last player still left up at the top there, and that's kind of where we saw the turning point coming in, where Galaxy Racer was focusing all their efforts up top, not really realizing what the zone is doing and where it's trapping them, and then just forcing them, as you said, down that little funnel right up into the rest of the players from Real Tiger 9. So absolutely phenomenal stuff there. But of course, we're going to be getting ready to move over in towards Erangel, the final match of the day. Our first showing on Erangel, we of course saw the players from, well, the snipers bring in a really strong start to their day. Right, finishing off there with 11 kills. We had GUNZ finishing off on 8 kills in that match. So I'm pretty hopeful as we move into the final one to see a kind of a repeat come in from the snipers. Not necessarily another chicken dinner. I mean, we kind of low-key hope that RTG is the team to claim the chicken dinner because they're the only team left to do so. But I'm hoping to see another strong play come in from the snipers. Right, if they want to secure that position, this is again that opportunity. But of course, the same can be said for the players from Arab GSG. This is the opportunity they've got to strengthen their points before coming into tomorrow's games.
Yeah, it looks like now there's only 8 points separating Arab GSG and the Snipers. Snipers being the one in 16th place, the other one in 17th. So that means 8 points. It is, in fact, got a little bit smaller. So let's actually take a look at that overall, speaking of that. So it looks like the top might be very much similar. GUNZ Esports in that first spot with 440. RICO Infinity in second with 346. Oh, and those others, but all the way down to 9th through 16th. This is where it's really interesting to go on ahead and take a look at. We can see Galaxy Racer still holding on to that 13th place, and we can actually see that there's only 2 points now between them and HOTLINE. There was a little bit of a gap between them, but it was in fact reachable, and now it's only 2. But then Fanatic Zombies in 14th with 171, Rod in 15th with 165, then a big jump down to, again, Arab GSG in 16th place with 115, and then of course AirGSG in 17th with 102. So that's where that 8-point difference comes into play that I went on ahead and referenced.
115, you said, don't you mean 110? Because that makes it a little bit more than a 8-point difference.
Wait a second.
But yeah, you meant to say 110. But it doesn't matter.
Ah, I see.
It's there. It's
Yes.
there. Yeah, it's there. But
I was
anyway,
looking at the
yeah,
wrong
so
column.
it is it is pretty close on that overall standings, especially in that relegation spot. I mean, two teams fighting it out, trying to decide who's going to be the one to make it into finals. So will it be Snipers? Will it be Arab GSG? I mean, it's been neck and neck across the board. And of course, we look to see what the results are going to be when they get into this Erangel match. So, yeah, I'm pretty excited. But of course, also then, you know, we were hoping to see potentially the players from RTG stepping up, claiming their chicken dinner. Then they'll be, you know, right up there with everyone else, comfortably sitting on a chicken dinner. But of course, well, we have no control over that. We're just going to patiently wait and see what the map is going to bring. So, aside from rooting for RTG and keeping a watchful eye on the Snipers and GSG, Span, what are you hoping to see in this next match?
You know, you ask me that all the time. So what are your thoughts, DK? I'm throwing it back at you.
I'm waiting to see. Yeah, I know, because it's like, it's a sneaky approach. But, I mean, okay, so...
Because I think we might be looking for the same thing. I mean, I think we might be saying the same thing, yeah, so...
Yeah, so, I mean, if we look at what we saw last week, RICO Infinity and SUDOR, they could have... sorry, that was Galaxy Racer, YaLLa, or Fate. They've got a good chance still to make a play, to come back into this final match. I mean, they were strong last week, but of course, you know, it is this week's time. So let's head on over in towards Erangel to see what the teams are going to be doing. Of course, we're looking to see what that flight path is bringing. And man, Span, that's a nice flight path.
It really is straight down the center there. So it's very even in terms of our last game for today. So everybody should hopefully be able to go to their usual drop spots away from everybody else. No hot drop potentially this time, unless, of course, I mentioned before, will there be some sort of aggressive play coming through for those teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard. I'm interested to see if that's going to happen. I mean, this is still only day 2, so maybe it'll happen more on day 3. But as of right now, this is a very nice zone coming in for our last game for day 2.
Well, nice flight path, but we want to see
yes.
a not so nice zone coming in for these teams. Of course, now we're waiting in anticipation to see exactly what the game will deliver on that front. We're expecting something interesting, regardless of where it goes. Pretty sure it will be, northeast.
Interesting. Okay, so it looks like this zone is very similar to our first Erangel again today. This time a little bit further to the western side. Again, I'm curious to see how that river is going to come into play and who's going to prioritize grabbing that north side of the river compared to the southern side.
Yep, it is going to be super interesting to see. But of course, you know, in this match, we're expecting that final push, that final play, that final show of aggression for day 2. And of course, the teams want to try and set themselves up beautifully coming into tomorrow's final 5 games. And this is the game, the match to do exactly that. So now we wait to see where the teams are going to be going. And of course, already looking over towards that western side, things are looking pretty tough. And GUNZ right out the gate, getting a bit of a bounce on towards the players here from Galaxy Racer. Just trying to secure, that is what you would call a hijacking right there. They moved in, stole the vehicle, took out the player, and off they go. Just looking behind them, making sure that there's no one from Galaxy Racer moving up.
A nice early kill, now making a drive back up into their usual spot of Pachinki. Yeah, so a nice grab for them before they continue on with their looting. And of course, Pachinki is definitely the most neutral place to really be making a rotation out of. That's the benefits of grabbing Pachinki, and I guess it's only right, I guess, that the top team is able to go on ahead and grab that. But of course, let's take a look at that replay, because we only ended up seeing the very end of it. So let's take a look at the full thing. Oh, he misses once. Will he miss a second time? Yes, he misses a second time. Oh my goodness. Not quite.
It's like bullfighting.
It really is. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Galaxy Racer definitely giving Lord a little bit of a game there. Oh, he punched him.
Yeah, he got cheeky. He got cheeky. Max the Matador stepping up, just dodging rush after rush. Oh, here we go. Up comes the rest of the guns now. And, yep. That's not even fair anymore.
Wow.
It was so much more entertaining to watch them. You know, the first round was super entertaining to watch.
It was. And I'm interested to see now. Okay, so once again, zone not on military island, yet there's so many teams that end up dropping down in there. I'm interested to see once again. I mean, they haven't had an issue so far getting into the zone, so it's probably going to continue to be fine. Meanwhile, teams a little bit further away on that western side, one of them actually being Real Tiger 9, they also have a ways to go with the rotation. The difference there, though, is that those on the military island, they don't have as many teams directly above them, above that bridge, compared to these teams on the western side. If they're trying to grab that middle spot, they're gonna have to go through a lot of other teams that landed on the western side of this first zone already, just based off of the plane. So I wonder if they're gonna try to go in, or if they're gonna make some sort of a big rotation. The usual questions when it comes to macro.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions we can ask. We'll only get the answers much later on. But definitely, I'm very interested to see, you know, like, what Arab GSG is going to do in this match. Right? We know they are fighting it out with the snipers. Right? In fact, we're going to be looking to see what both these teams are going to be doing. How the snipers are going to play it, how Arab GSG is going to play it. And really hoping to see, you know, things working out. But of course, you know, it's going to take some time until we get the answer, get, you know, the final result of that, to know exactly what is going to happen. But it's, yeah, I don't know. I just want to see, like, I want to see that back and forth come in. We know, like, we've seen Arab GSG. I mean, like, GSG in like, overall, like, be it GSG Europe, be it GSG whichever, GSG in general, usually has a really strong team. So I'm expecting the exact same from the Arab GSG team. Alright? They're carrying that name. We want to see that kind of performance that comes along with the name. So I'm really hoping that, you know, we see that it actually comes on through, and, you know, they prove to us why they've made it this far. I mean, we've seen some good plays from them in past games, don't get me wrong, but of course, we want to see it again. We want to see that consistency come in.
I mean, they still have the chance to go on ahead and make it. I mean, today, this is the last game for today, but they still have 5 games tomorrow, and slowly and steadily closing the gap between 16th and 7th. Wow, wait a second. Those were some beautiful shots coming in from Never Alone there. Never Alone, he was actually one of the MVPs that was pointed out during some of our was it last Super Weekend? No, our first Super Weekend, excuse me. So I'm excited to see what Never Alone does inside of final. Sorry, that was a complete change of topic there, but I had to point out Never Alone.
Yeah, that was the ADOS coming in right there. Attention deficit. Ooh, shots. Here we go. YaLLa now getting straight up into that. As you can see, Ida trying to find the shots in towards Falcon, and yes, I agree. That was some really beautiful shooting coming in there from Never Alone.
Yeah, now I can't even remember what what I was trying to say before that. Oh, I think
it was a very interesting story.
Oh, okay, well, I think it was about how there's still only 5 more games left tomorrow, and these teams in the 16th, 17th place spot are so close that GSG could go on ahead and continue to make it. I mean, it's only 8 points now. It's separating them at this point, right? So they're slowly closing that gap, which is both good and, of course, concerning for the teams above them. So it really is just going to be one versus the other until the very end. I feel like tomorrow, if they continue to play as consistent as they're playing right now, it's just at what point is one of them really going to go above and beyond and jump so far up that maybe they aren't going to be catchable.
Well, essentially it comes down to when they decide. You know, we've seen, you know, things could go either way, but if this team doesn't decide that now is the time to step up, you know, we won't be seeing that. So I'm really hoping to see that decision being made on both sides. We've already been seeing a small little sneak peek of that so far. But I want to be 100% sure that, you know, it's like, all right, cool. You know, they want this. They are eager to put down the fight. So, yeah, I'm excited to see how this match goes. And, of course, we're waiting to see now where the next phase will be taking us. But in the meantime, we just see the players there from Falcons still hugging that western side with the real Tiger 9 now on the approach as well.
We're about to see the first zone close again, showing us that second circle. At this point, yeah, it looks like the majority of these teams grabbing that southern side. Be interested to see if this ends up hard shifting. And oh my goodness, okay, it kind of is going to go on ahead and go for a hard shift. It's going to split evenly in half with that river. Saverni is inside of this up to that western side. So everybody on the southern side, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them at least start making it across those bridges, trying to grab that north. It's definitely more open.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting rotation, especially now with you know, Everest not really being in play. I think that would have been exceptionally interesting, especially with, you know, just looking at where the teams currently are placed. But now, of course, you know, we make our way through. We see YaLLa on the Alpha Legends on the way through. We got the RICO Infinity up ahead, but now jumping back onto the bridge. Falcons now trying to tap away a few shots over towards the players there from Real Tiger 9. This is going to be an interesting position, especially as Falcons are pretty spread out at the time. We got Damar on that far offside. We got Boompa now starting to push on up as well. And see, will Bompa be able to get those final few blows up into Volt? Sends one up, doesn't quite reach in just yet. Ooh. But here we go, last now comes crashing up into him. Will he be able to put it up? Oh, he's gonna try. Let's see, will he get it done? Uzi for the save and picks up an easy knock in process.
Nice crash coming in from Falcons, being able to identify that. But of course, there still is Surprise alive. Up, Surprise, trying to go for that one knock, but oh, getting shot in the back. Yep, into the water he goes. He might just go play up on that bridge for right now. I mean, they still have 3 people up, so definitely not something you want to go on ahead and get in a bad position for. Maybe just try to go back to the rest of his team, continue to play the game, just back up off of that hard situation.
But I'm liking that rotation coming in there from Jigsaw and the rest of the players from Real Tiger 9, saving themselves just a little while longer, while Falcon now is turning their attention onto the side there of YaLLa. You can see Damar finding that quick shot up in towards them, and now it seems like the Falcons are trying to send themselves aggressively onto the players here from YaLLa. As we got Bandar, one to watch out for, as they are now pretty distracted by the players up ahead. Oh, picks up a beautiful one there on Locka, but now, of course, as predicted, Bandar comes in from behind. Beautiful third party off the side. Ooh, Ida steps on in just to secure the play for a little while longer. So never alone yet to make that rotation, but Boompa also now holding up as well. It's going to be interesting to see definitely how the Falcons are going to try and get out of this one.
That was a really hard push for them coming in there. YaLLa being able to hold that off pretty well. And I mean, they're still in a little bit of trouble because the rest of the Falcons are so spread out that neither their north or their southern side are really that protected. It'll be interesting to see if they're going to continue to push on this, because at this point, they're so spread apart. Should they just continue to be aggressive on this, or should they just make a rotation on in? Because if they do that, then it's really just down to 2 solos. The rest of them, they're so spread apart. Bompa and Never Alone, it'd be hard to go on ahead and reunite. So I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to hold this, especially because they're not too far away from this zone.
Yeah, it's going to definitely be interesting to see what they decide to go for. But of course, now that smoke's starting to dissipate. Never Alone takes aim, puts a few shots across. Ooh, there we go. Picks up one. Bomba comes in from behind to secure the count. And off they go. 5 kills to their name. What a great start that was for the Falcons.
Meanwhile, GSG, we were looking forward to see some amazing gameplay coming out, at least for this last game here. It seems like they've kind of been battered a bit today, and now it's only Bayet left for them, trying to make a rotation away from that fight happening there at that Granny compound. So hopefully he'll be able to find somewhere a little bit safer to continue this game. There's still 15 teams alive, but maybe he'll be able to make it in towards that top of the placement points. Meanwhile, everybody else, the zone shifted, so everybody's in their vehicles trying to make that rotation. It looks like SCYTES was really close to another team that ended up pulling even further to the southern side, taking a tiny bit of blue damage, but of course it's worth it if you're able to get in a clean rotation without losing anybody.
Yeah, sometimes it is worth it, especially in these early few phases. I mean, we're only now in the 3rd phase, about to see that blue zone closure come on in, but of course now we got Hassan just looking around, making sure that everything is all good and gravy before moving out, potentially waiting to see where that next zone is going to be taking them and whether or not they'll have to try and rotate up. But of course, we got RTG sitting over towards their west. And just a little bit further down south, they have a little bit of company there as well. We see also now the players from Alpha just up ahead. So this could be a really interesting position for, you know, for the players there to be holding on to, as RTG is just off on the side here. And I mean, NASR waiting to see that dominating play come in from them again.
I'm definitely looking forward to that as well, because they're definitely somebody who shines, I feel like, a bit more inside of league play. So I'm interested to see them come back with the Super Weekend stuff, potentially in finals as well. I think finals is definitely the thing to look forward to. But, of course, they have a really good position inside of this zone. I'm curious to see if anybody else is potentially going to start contesting them for that. But it looks like the majority of these teams are just going to go start taking the edges, waiting for this 3rd zone to go ahead and finish closing.
And of course now the teams all getting themselves ready and prepped up for the rotations. HOTLINE patiently waiting on the edge of the zone, not wanting to commit to a rotation just yet. Patiently waiting, refueling their weapons, getting their health bars back in check. But now looking at the current center of zone, we've got Alpha positioned right there. So I mean, they could be pretty safe regardless of where the zone shifts to, but as we now jump up in towards the more northeasterly side, or northwest rather, we've got the players here from Ra'ad making their way on through, and GSG Bayat just there alongside them. The shots now from Falcon finding its way over again, as you can see. Bomba just spot on with the spray coming in with that DP28.
Yeah, that was a lot of good damage onto them, getting that knock there as well. Rod definitely not happy in that situation with their vehicle now smoking, especially because they have to use it. Now they're super far on the western side in this zone, hard shifting over to the east. Wow, Yasnaya Poliana field ending. This is going to be a very spicy in terms of people trying to find a location to actually play, because really only the western side has actual compounds and ridges to play, except maybe some bowls that are found inside of that field.
Yeah, we could see quite a few engagements breaking out, leading up to that position in zone, as we got a few seconds remaining on the clock. And of course, HOTLINE now facing the aggressive end there of the players coming in there from snipers. But of course, now, yeah, this is going to be an absolutely crazy one. I mean, Alpha already in a good position within that zone, in those compounds. So if they are able to secure them and fight from there, they can cause quite a bit of damage in their region. But of course, now the snipers also trying to hold on to their southern side of the zone here, trying to put any shots in that they possibly can. But just a little bit further up ahead, we can see the players here from Real Tiger 9. We see iKURD as well as the players there, of course, from Galaxy Racers side by side. The shots finding their way on through. The players from iKURD now being taken down to 1. It is going to be absolutely brutal for them. Of course, Galaxy Racer sitting on 3 players already, saying goodbye to Max, who we saw in the beginning of the game, just dodging cars, but not dodging bullets. But here we go. This is the play where we see whether or not Galaxy Racer will be able to get the wrap on iKURD. If only they knew how close they were to that. Wow.
I mean, these are the bowls that are just underneath the field. It's definitely a location that's easier to play a little bit later game when the majority of the circle is closed a little bit more, so you don't have to worry about any more angles of people being able to spot you out. But at this point, I already said it, there's really not that many locations to grab this early on, so people grabbing those dips now is definitely worth it. Galaxy Racer currently being the only one now alive, and they're being able to take out iKURD is huge for them. Now they just have to kind of wait to see who else is going to potentially come up on top of them. One of them actually being the compound down to their southeastern side. We'll have to keep an eye on them. But of course, the west, on the meantime, is super congested, and that's why SCYTES and GUNZ are now tossing out some nades towards each other.
Yeah, the West is the best. So let's see who's going to be the team to clutch this one out. Claim the control of this western side of the zone. Of course, as you mentioned, we got SCYTES here, we got Fate, we got GUNZ, all now just lying in wait, sending up those utils, trying to find those hit markers. And of course, Bayat there from GSG, the lone survivor, the straggler, just rushing on through, just sneaking his way on up. Oh, just managing to evade the shots there as Isawi takes aim on towards him. But of course now Ragnarok comes up as well, just trying to try his hand at the shots. Of course, this is going to be a really challenging zone, especially with the concentration of teams we've got down over, especially towards that southwestern side, that of course being GUNZ. Got the players there from SCYTES, everyone just in front here. This is going to be so tough.
I think Freak doesn't make it. That's so much zone damage on him. Yeah, no, he goes down to zone there. Wow, and it looks like that means they're just going to continue crawling on forward. The rest of GUNZ, they might be able to get this res, and if they do, they need to start fighting up this hill because the zone, once again, shifting actually towards the southwestern position. That's definitely better for all the teams around this area, but it's still going to be a big fight. We can see still the majority of this in a huge field. The southwestern side is going to be hot, and that northwestern side is going to be hot as well, trying to get inside that only compound.
A lot of contention coming in here as GUNZ now trying to push on in. Oh, trying to seal the fate here for the SCYTES.
Oh!
But of course now, where did that one come from? That came from behind. What? That was insane. Marco setting up that beautiful nade. And of course, a very quick end there for the players from SCYTES. But here we go, 13 teams left to fight it out, left to try and get into that positioning. And of course, now you can see it is starting to heat up, especially down in the south still. I mean, we got a Galaxy Racer, we got GSG, we got the Real Tigers, we got the players from the Snipers, we got Fate. So many teams positioned here. And of course, we have the players from GUNZ also now still trying to push on in from that southwestern side.
Yeah, but I'm interested to see Fate. They've been doing so well today, being able to grab that, the 15th place position. Hopefully they'll be able to continue that trend. They have the top of the mountain. They just have to go on ahead and defend it at this point, because here comes GUNZ, currently the first place team, and they're going to be pushing hard because they know that they need to get on top of here. Seems like Snipers might be going for the same thing. Meanwhile, Rod will be eliminated, 12 teams left, and oh no! Snipers got to be careful because Real Tiger 9 can spot him out on the side of the hill.
Oh, Ramp now, we've seen some strong plays coming in before. Will they be able to pick it up once again? Fate now. Oh, having a few nades flung over in their direction, but of course putting a bit of harm into the side there of NASR, sending them back into the lobby. But here we go, GUNZ, Hamodi now just creeping his way on up, trying to find those angles. Freak now just trying to, again, improve their overall positioning within the zone. But here we go, the shots come on in. Galaxy Racer gets eliminated. Of course, now Fate, still just going at it. There's so much action erupting in the south. We got Fate, we got GUNZ, we got Snipers, we got Real Tiger 9. Everyone just fighting it out in the south here. But of course, now Snipers trying to make that final play on towards Real Tiger. Zaid looking to pick up the squad wipers. We got Ramp and Jigsaw still up ahead. Will he be able to clutch it out? Of course, up on the hill, we see the players here from GUNZ and Fate battling it to the death. Who will be the one to get it? Oh, Lord, up ahead, but finds the head in towards Lath. Down he goes, beautifully played. And of course, Real Tiger also seals the deal for the players there. Oh, so many hits. That was absolutely phenomenal performance. Rauf now left to quickly try and res up his teammates. Lord also right there. Pretty good health though for Lord. But now as we jump up in towards Alpha Legends, You can see them now battling it out right up in the north here as we got RICO Infinity trying to find a position. Khalid now caught in the Hornet's Nest as Alpha swoops in, sends them back. 7 teams now remain.
And that is huge for them. Take a look at that new zone. It went on ahead and shifted directly. They're able to stay a little bit inside of their compound. Nobody else can really do that. Everybody on the southern side are now going to be fighting. And I mean, I was going to say, Fate actually had a really, really close fight compared to GUNZ, which maybe a bit surprised about because GUNZ, they're so consistent in terms of winning team fights that fight got a little bit too close for comfort, but GUNZ still came out on top. But of course, new zone, everybody grabbing their vehicles, trying to find a place to play. But I think Alpha Legends are definitely going to be happy with that northern side. A little bit of a compound. They have a hardcover with some of the walls as well. You know, everybody on the south, they're going to be fighting it out while Alpha Legends just gets to wait and watch the chaos.
I mean, so many insane sprays just erupting once again as that zone, as you mentioned, shifted up in towards that beautiful open piece of land. Of course, now we got the players here from RTG just alongside Bayat, the lone survivor for GSG. Oh, Real Tiger trying to make a rotation in, but RTG just stopping them, putting in hit after hit. Ramk and Surprise now left to make a play. Down goes Surprise. Ramk now, the last remaining hopeful for the Real Tiger team. He is currently up in the smoke, and they could see a few shots coming in up in towards him. Alpha still playing an exceptional game up in the compound, just causing quite a bit of chaos, quite a bit of carnage in the field down below. But there we go, Surprise getting picked up there by Flame. Real Tiger gets eliminated. And of course, now that we look to see just where Arab GSG is going to try and squeeze on into, as we got the players there from RTG also just hugging the edge of that eastern side. Alpha, however, looking absolutely phenomenal in their position. I mean, Flames, really difficult position to be in. It is so open, so exposed. And especially looking at where we see the players here from Alpha positioned, I wouldn't be surprised as Alpha just I don't know, just farmed so many kills across the board.
I think they're definitely going to be farming RTG and the rest of GSG. I don't think that they're really going to be able to make it inside of this next zone, potentially, because GUNZ, they were able to make it inside of this circle a lot. And honestly, if this zone, I doubt it's going to really pull towards Alpha Legends because of how far down they are. It's so far, they're so far up on the northern side. Oh wait, it actually went on ahead and popped, and it is off of Alpha Legends. It's actually more towards the side of RTG and GUNZ. So could RTG potentially come back at this? No, they're just doing so much damage to them.
Oh, I mean, that is just a brutal shift. So now we're going to see what the players from Alpha are going to do. How are they going to play this final one? They are now being forced out of the compound. They are forced out into the open, into the gaping mouth of GUNZ that are lying in wait, waiting for them to move forward, daring them to push on up. And of course, you can see RTG lazy, just holding up in the vehicle, trying to stay in this game as long as they possibly can. GUNZ, however, on the opposite end, they are looking so good in their setup in the zone. Now, the players here from Alpha, they're going to have such a challenge to get back up into this next phase. As we can see, Freak now just fortifying the angle there alongside Hamodi in anticipation of Alpha starting to push on in. Those smoke grenades now, of course, getting deployed. And here we go. Kaito coming in with a bit of a rush, trying to come in alongside them. Picks up Hamodi. Quick, easy one. Freak not giving up just yet. Puts in the shots. Stops him right there in his track. SUDOR goes down. Kaito goes down. Chaos goes down as well. RTG gets sent back into the lobby. Freak now just engaging that Freak mode as he plays one player after the other, knocking them out with such a beautiful approach there. Jody now trying to get up in towards Kaito. Would they be able to bring Alpha back up in towards 2? Here we go. Freak steps out. Oh, seals it up once again. Freak now already sitting on 5 kills as a solo. That is absolutely insane. GSG also still in play. Bayat managing to find his way into that zone. And that is the play we wanted to see. We needed to see the players from GSG finishing in a strong position. And they delivered on that front. But we've got to give it to GUNZ again with a consistent gameplay. Coming in with a beautiful chicken dinner.
That was very nicely played. That was such a hard zone for everybody to be able to play, but GUNZ being able to send it down in that bull really early on, I think really set them up, and we'll be able to go and analyze that a little bit more once we're closer to getting a look at the match leaderboard after this break.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. This is day 2 of the final super weekend, and we've just come back from our 5th and final match of the day on Erangel to see the players from GUNZ step up and claim a beautiful chicken dinner once again. But of course, that is not the only team that has brought in an exceptional play. We've seen some really strong performances across the board in all 5 matches today.
I agree, and I mean, one of them, I have to go on ahead and point them out already, is in fact GSG. They were able to come back. They're in 7th overall just for this super weekend so far, and of course there's still 5 games tomorrow. I think they've really been going on ahead and showing us what exactly they could do. Same with Fate, actually. Fate, they're the ones that have been playing very, very consistently throughout all of these games so far in this super weekend too, and they actually went on ahead. We'll take a look at the standings a little bit later, but there might have been some movement coming through from them as well, which I didn't expect too much towards that part of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, Fate really, really coming into their position. You know, in yesterday's games, we saw them only bringing in 27 points. They then realized, it was like, you know, hang on a second. We need to step it up. We need to get into that play. And they really brought it with everything they can. But of course, before we get into a further breakdown of what all happened today, let's look at this last match. As you can see, of course, the players from GUNZ coming in with a 31 bomb, dropping that 30 bomb right there, coming in on 16 kills. Alpha Legends, of course, also bringing an exceptional game. 13 kills, 23 total points. We got Arab GSG in 3rd place, sitting on 13 points. We got RTG in 4th on 12. And of course, the players from Real Tiger in 5th with 9 points. We got Falcons in 6th with 9 points as well. RICO Infinity in 7th there. And then, of course, we've got the players finishing on up from, that was the HOTLINE team over in 8th place. The second page also looking fairly interesting there.
Yeah, Sniper is grabbing 9th with a total of 4 points. Then Fate and Galaxy Racer each are going to be able to grab 3. Then 2 each for NASR Esports, YaLLa, and then Rod, SCYTES, and iKURD come in through those last few places. But let's take a look at that damage versus kill board. We can see that Alpha Legends, they were doing work up there on top of that hill with 33 damage, only 13 kills though. Meanwhile, GUNZ, they're the ones that ended up moving into that dip at the very end, took a ton of fighting, 30 damage and 16 kills.
Yeah, no surprise. I mean, we called it before. We said, you know, like, we seen that play come in from GUNZ in previous matches. Especially, you know, like, I don't know, for some reason, Erangel is just a map in which they are superly aggressive. But I guess it comes down to the amount of comfort, you know. So, speaking about comfort and aggression, right, we obviously have our top players as well through the games that we've been watching and going through. And, of course, for this particular one, we've got Freak sitting on 1,000 damage. Coming in with some exceptional stats there. Of course, Scale sitting on 1,040 from Alpha Legends. And of course, GUNZ Lord also coming in on 894. And then of course, Jody again. So a nice balance up there from Alpha Legends and GUNZ, making themselves, just finding themselves in as the top 4 players for this match. And a really, really strong showing. No surprise looking at the amount of damage and the amount of kills they were able to bring in this last match.
No, not at all. I mean, we even talked about before all these games today, like Alpha Legends, they're definitely a team that shines when it comes towards getting kills and teams fight. It's really like their placement points that kind of is their thing that drags them down, their vice, I guess maybe we can call it, that gives them a bit difficulty. So I'm interested to see them go ahead and get more placement points, because that equates more kills as well. And then GUNZ, we already know that they're so consistent in terms of both. And let's actually look at a little bit of a head-to-head between both of those teams.
Well, it is definitely a head-to-head if we look at that. I mean, Alpha bringing in a little bit more damage than GUNZ, but if we look towards the amount of kills, GUNZ just 3 kills ahead of Alpha. Of course, the knocks are also pretty neck in neck. The headshots pretty close as well, but their health recovered. I mean, GUNZ recovered way more health than what we see for the side there of Alpha. So definitely some interesting stats to look at, but I mean, still pretty close between both these teams.
It is, and that just shows that aggression and how exactly that affects the leaderboard. Because of course we're taking a look at those stats. Most of those stats really are more based towards the kill points and towards the team fighting, right? And like nothing in regards to that really is the placement, except for maybe the healing. So obviously they probably have more healing compared to Alpha Legends because they were alive longer in most of the matches.
Well, it could be. We don't really know, but of course, you know that is the beauty of having these battle royales. Just seeing what the players do, how they handle themselves, how they cope with the zones, all the intricacies, especially on Erangel. I mean, we've seen that zone completely freak out in past matches. You know, just being so unpredictable, and the teams being able to cope with that, finding themselves in a good position. Absolutely phenomenal. One team in particular we've been seeing, you know, really managing to find themselves in a good spot, zone after zone after zone, is GUNZ. They're really consistent, really good at reading that zone and figuring out where to place themselves. Like that is just next level play.
I don't disagree, and I know we keep bringing it up. We even keep bringing it up in between breaks. I just can't wait until finals and see exactly how far they're going to be able to take it further. Same with all the other teams, you know, clean slate. Who's going to go on ahead and take advantage of that in terms of GUNZ? Or will GUNZ go on ahead and grab that first place position immediately again going into those last 2 days? I'm curious to see, but of course we have to get the last 5 games of the Super Weekend done, which happened tomorrow. So exciting to see who exactly those top 16 teams are that are going to make it, because honestly at this point all of these teams I'd say are pretty deserving. All these teams have been very amazing with what they've shown us throughout this entire league.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that. I mean, if we look at how many teams have been able to bring in chicken dinners, everyone has, right? RTG just not in the Super Weekend. All right, so, but it's fine. I mean, they are still up there, neck in neck with some of the teams that have been bringing in a crazy amount of chickens. All right, so RTG managing to hold their own right up there in against all these teams. So big ups going to RTG. I mean, they've been really playing an exceptional game. I mean, to look at it, out of the 16 teams we've got in the Super Weekend, they sitting so high up on that leaderboard and doing that without a chicken dinner. I mean, wow, that's insane. Like, if RTG is not proud of what they've accomplished so far, I don't know what's gonna make them happy. Wait, well, maybe one chicken dinner, but you know, like that is such an impressive position to be in. And like, I'm really keen to see how they're going to be able to perform when we get into the next phase. I mean, just based on that already, it is absolutely amazing stuff.
Exactly, and we already took a look at some top players. Let's take a look at some more going on ahead, jumping into that nice graphic. We could see that Chaos from Alpha Legends grabbing that top spot in terms of damage, 525. Meanwhile, Kalaga from iKURD jumping up on top of that board with 2.6 average kills. I assume that means the Lord now from GUNZ as well coming in that 3rd spot with the most survive time, still 436 damage. NASR from RICO Infinity team with 439, and then Jody from Alpha Legends as well. So that's a little bit interesting. Usually I feel like we've been seeing a lot of very similar players jumping up, or at least like if a team does really well one day, a lot of their players are on that board, but this time it only happened with Alpha Legends. 2 of them are on top. Meanwhile, there was a lot more variety there.
Yeah, definitely a lot of variety, but that is, we've spoken about this before, that is what makes this so interesting, is like there's no one particular team, one particular player that stands out above everyone. You know, it is such a close competition that, I mean, I like the finals are going to be brutal. I mean, if this is the consistency we're having coming in here, it's going to be insane. I mean, come on, let's be real. This is going to be crazy to watch, and I'm low-key kind of jealous that Professor Tarzan and Highland Wolf are casting tomorrow's games as well. But of course, we can sit and watch them. But
we usually watch them.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, it's gonna be so entertaining to watch tomorrow's game, to see that final rush, that final play coming in from the teams, to give that last effort to see who's going to be making it through in towards that. But of course, you know, we've had a few winners coming in today, and we had several of them just mixing things up across the board. Of course, as you can see, we had the snipers in the first game, we had Fate in the second, iKURD in the third, Real Tiger 9 rather, in our fourth match, and of course then GUNZ finishing off that. But I mean, again, Real Tiger 9 with almost 4,000 damage. Like, what even?
Wow.
What?
Wow.
That was just
I mean,
insane.
yeah, them being able to grab that plateau, that one Miramar game, just went on ahead and launched, definitely padded that damage stat there. That's absolutely insane how much damage they were able to do up on top of that plateau.
Yeah, and I mean, even iKURD, I mean, we saw them on that 30 damage. Again, that's also still a really, really impressive damage counter to see. So, yeah, just based on the games that we've seen today, tomorrow it's going to be so tough across the board. It's going to be full of, you know, that pressure that's building, full of anticipation, hoping to see who's going to be the one to make it through. And then at the end of the fifth match, we're going to know the answer to that question. So, yeah, I mean, like, I really honestly can't wait to see tomorrow's games, just to see how the teams are going to be going. And, you know, speaking of that, we have our overall standings to help us kind of build the story that we've been going on about over and over today. So we can see, of course, the players there from GUNZ holding on still to pole position, 471 points. RICO Infinity over in second place on 352. We got the Alpha Legends moving up 2 slots over into third on 334. We got RTG moving down 1 into fourth on 325. We got NASR moving down 1 as well into fifth on 314. SUDOR still holding on to 6th place with a 269. And then, of course, the Falcons moving up into 7th place there on 265. And the players from iKURD in 8th place on 256. And yeah, I mean, I'm so impressed with the performance from Falcons as well. Securing 7th place, only 25 games in comparison to the 40 other matches that's been played. That is just insanely well done by the Falcons.
Oh my goodness, yeah, it's nuts. I mean, seriously, that first Super Weekend, they were like monsters. They were insane grabbing those points. That then the second Super Weekend, it didn't really seem like they needed to be there. Definitely this third one, though, they needed to be here to be able to hold on to those positions. So it's nice to see them back in here and continuing to do very well. And I mean, that's kind of what I was talking about going into finals. We know GUNZ potentially, they're going to do well, but with the clean slate, will Falcons be able to go ahead and jump up back in there? So that's one of the things that I'm mainly going to be looking forward to. But of course, we have a week until that is going to happen. And then very shortly, we'll be able to take a look at our other side of this leaderboard, because I can't stress it enough how important tomorrow's 5 games are. I think we're going to have a really, really close one. As of right now, I mean, this top side, this part of the leaderboard is definitely locked in. It's the other side of the leaderboard that's really not whatsoever.
Well, this top side of the leaderboard, yes, and then I would say the top half of the next page.
Of course.
That
yeah.
is pretty much also locked in, you know? I think it's going to be pretty close if we look like for instance, from 13th to 16th place. That kind of gap, that is where I'm expecting to see the most changes in tomorrow's games. Well, that's where I'm expecting to see those changes come in.
Exactly. And before we move on over there, also would like to say, oh, nope, there it is, continuing. It looks like SCYTES still holding on to 9th place, has 245 total points. Real Tiger 9 will be able to jump up 1 in 10th with 236. YaLLa Esports, unfortunately, getting dropped down 221 total points, though still in 11th. HOTLINE Esports in 12th with 206. Galaxy Racer grabbing 13th spot with 203. And then Fate Esports able to jump up 1 place after that amazing games from them today. 174 total points. Rod in 15th with 166. And right now, take a look at that. FGSG grabbing 16th with 115 points.
Yeah, that is absolutely amazing to see. I mean, good for Arab GSG, you know? They've been struggling to find the points to get up, and of course, this last match, we just saw that absolute, great play coming in by Yat, just managing to sneak his way all the way into that late zone to get that second place for his team. So that is really well deserved. And of course, now the snipers, just 1 point behind the players there from Arab GSG. We've come in from about a 20-point difference, moving into a mere 1 point difference between these teams. I mean, that has been absolutely insane. Just the journey today with the snipers and Arab GSG making their way on through. It's been crazy, but of course, the story continues tomorrow in the last 5 days of the Super Weekend. So it is going to be their final opportunity to make that play, to get up in towards that Super Weekend. And I'm going to be glued to my screen watching the players from the snipers and GSG go head to head to battle it out. Because, I mean, this is not any battle. This is the battle for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Finals. It's a huge fight.
Yep, it's going to be one or the other. And I mean, 5 games, I do think that that's even enough. I mean, the 1 point difference, we already went on ahead and talked about that. That is enough to really see who's going to be able to come back and take that for themselves. It's enough to show who's, I mean, all the teams are deserving, but who's really going to go on ahead and really be able to show that they can go ahead and do it. These last 5 games, and there's only 1 spot left, 1 point difference between these 5 games left. I can't stress it enough how important, how invigorating, as you already said. My eyes are also going to be glued to the screen. These last 5 games are.
But, so, and it's going to be close because we've seen Arab GSG picking up a chicken dinner. We've seen the snipers picking up a chicken dinner in the Super Weekends, right? So they have that ability. But if we look over towards the stats, all right, Arab GSG is just a little bit more consistent with their placements, just bringing in those extra few additional points. But on the other hand, the snipers are a slight bit more aggressive. Being able to bring in a few more kills than what Arab GSG has been able to bring in. So it's going to be a play on either which team gets the more kill points or which one gets the strongest placement points. So, I mean, for snipers, the definite play there would be to go with what they're strong at, and that, of course, is bringing in kills in comparison to placement points. Well, we did see that chicken dinner as well from them, so yeah, well, positional play could still be a thing. But it's going to be a tricky one, and that's why I'm so excited to see exactly how that is going to unfold as we then get into tomorrow's games, because I'm expecting it to be neck and neck all the way through to that final match.
I mean, you already talked about which one's better at placement and kills as well. Taking a look at their overall average points for all the Super Weekends, there's seriously a 0.1 difference between those 2 teams. GSG, they have a 2.6 average points, while snipers have a 2.5 average points. So I really don't know what to expect. If you were to tell me to make a bet on one of them, I seriously would not be able to at all.
Yeah, I also don't know. It is gonna be tough, but I can tell you, whatever the results of tomorrow's games will be, all right, I am still super impressed with Arab GSG and super impressed with the players from Snipers, just based alone on what they've done today. The way that they've come into today, the way that they've handled themselves, gone through the games, still pitching up, putting on the pressure everywhere they have. I've got big respect for them. So regardless of what tomorrow's results will be, yeah, well done to both the snipers and of course the players there from Arab GSG. Well done, well played. And yeah, it's gonna be nail biting stuff. I mean, it's gonna be tough. But okay, we also got to give it up to the players from Fate. They've been able to leapfrog over the team from Ra'ad. So again, that is, I mean, they've actually taken a pretty strong play in today's matches. They in second place overall, right behind GUNZ in just today's game. So again, hopeful for tomorrow, hopeful to see what is going to be happening on that front. And of course, as we near the end of the broadcast here today, it is going to be, ooh, man, yeah, I'm gonna wake up super early and sit and wait for this broadcast to start. Well, there's actually no need, but it's the idea. It's the idea. You know, just getting prepped to see what is going to be happening. Because, I mean, I think tomorrow is going to be one of the most exciting days. Aside from the finals weekend, tomorrow is going to be one of the most exciting days.
It definitely is. And just wrapping it on up, I will also say that Fate, you're right, they did go on ahead and played really well today, because at the beginning we were really looking at 3 teams, right? We were looking at Fate, GSG, and Snipers. But now going into tomorrow, we're only looking at GSG and Snipers. So Fate were definitely able to pull themselves away from that pack as of today. But it's down to the last 2 teams, last 5 games of our last Super Weekend. And that is going to be in the hands of Highland and Tarzan.
Yeah, indeed it is. So on that, we're going to say good night to all of you. Thank you so much for tuning in. A big up to the teams for playing a really awesome game today. And we're going to be jumping up in towards the daily highlights. Be sure to join in again tomorrow for Highland Wolf and Professor Tarzan to take you through the final day of the final Super Weekend right here on the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. Have a good evening.